Of the 11 major industry group, best performing real estate as those bond yields fall, and the worst performing group that belongs to the financials. S&P 500 up 1 point, 54.79 in the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is 74 points higher, and right now the Nasdaq 100 is up 17 points. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, thank you so much, John Tucker, Alex Deal, alongside Paul Sweeney. Welcome to Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're live from Interactive Broker Studio in Midtown Manhattan. So here's like a story we never do. We're like on the ground doing stuff. Cool. This is like a 60 Minutes kind of thing. So Spencer Soper is Bloomberg News technology and e-commerce reporter, and he's joining us off Interstate 5 in California, in Santa Ana, California, because police just raided a Southern California warehouse that was filled with suspected stolen merchandise they say would have ended up on places like Amazon. Spencer joins us now. Hey, Spencer, what's going on there? What's it like?
Hey guys, yeah, we're here in Santa Ana, and so we were here for a raid early this morning, just a little over an hour ago, and about a dozen officers. It was led by the California Highway Patrol's Cargo Theft Task Force. They swarmed the scene, secured the scene, actually took a few people out in handcuffs, and right now behind us, they're in this warehouse going through the inventory. So this business is a liquidation center, and there are legitimate liquidation centers. They'll get things like returns and damaged products from retailers and then sell them themselves. But right now what they're trying to do is sift through all of the stuff. There's boxes and pallets everywhere, things like pet food and vacuums and nutritional supplements and spray-on tanning and air fryers, pretty much anything you can imagine in there. They're looking for stuff that looks suspicious, and what would be suspicious to them is like an entire pallet of brand new inventory, nicely wrapped. That's going to be suspicious to them, and they're itemizing all of that inventory and then communicating with retailers and brands to try to see if they can connect any of the stuff in this warehouse to things that have been stolen from truck, from cargo containers.
So what I understand, Spencer, is there's been I guess a wave of cargo truck thefts that's picked up this year. Is that kind of tied into all of this?
Yeah, it's been rising the past few years, actually, and with no slowdown in sight. There were nearly 1,000 nationwide reported cargo theft instances in the first quarter of this year. Now it's up 50% from the previous year, and they just don't see any slowdown. It's a very difficult crime to solve. They can use identity theft to impersonate legit trucking companies. They'll show up at a warehouse, pick up a load of cargo, no one thinks anything's wrong, and then a few days later the cargo never makes it to its destination, and the thieves have had all that time to cover their tracks. So it is a big problem sweeping the country. It costs hundreds of millions of dollars a year to retailers and brands and insurance companies and logistics companies. So it's a very big problem, and this is just a little glimpse of an effort to tamp it down.
Spencer, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Spencer Soper, Bloomberg News technology, e-commerce reporter. Really great reporting there. Okay, stock market doing a whole lot of nothing, but individual movers, particularly on earnings, are quite interesting. Norma Linda joins us from Bloomberg News. Looking at McCormick, everyone likes their spice.
They do. And so we are seeing shares on the rise this morning, up as much as 6.6%. Now, this is the biggest intraday gain since March, so about 3 months ago. Essentially, the spice maker reported that its second quarter adjusted EPS topped Wall Street estimates, and its net sales came roughly in line. I am looking at Vital Knowledge, which wrote that the fact that the company isn't rolling its EPS beat into a higher full-year earnings outlook could be a small disappointment, but they do still note that the report overall is better than what General Mills reported on Wednesday. And the company did point at its Flavor Solutions brand. It said that lower demand from some quick service restaurant and packaged food customers, combined with the timing of customer activities, has impacted its second quarter performance. But all in all, we are seeing shares on the rise this morning off of the news.
You think about this company, it's got to be at best a GDP growth story, right? I mean, it's spices. Talk about a staple, right?
Right. I just don't understand how we do things. Like, we're going to spend stuff on McCormick, and we're going to get spices and go on cruises, but Levi Jeans is iffy. And we're not going to go to Walgreens. Like, I mean, there might not be a macro read with all these things, but it is a little confusing for me.
It's hard to get a read on the consumer, especially when you think about what you're doing, and then I'm looking at the broader trend. I'm confused.
Thank you for validating me.
And how about IP? Do people still need paper? I mean, do we print stuff anymore?
Are we supposed to? I thought we were not supposed to do that.
I don't know.
He doesn't print anything, let's just be clear.
Yeah, exactly. But Carol
Masser, yes,
more than
it's
makes
true.
sense.
She's a printer.
Yeah.
Yes, she's a
Okay,
printer.
okay. Well, International Paper, that is ticker IP. It's on track for its worst day since 2022. And now this is a unique situation, not a macro read here, but this is after the Brazilian paper and pulp producer Suzano said that it would end its pursuit of the U.S. paper giant, which would have essentially allowed it the opportunity to expand internationally, as well as diversify its operations into the more stable packaging sector. And this news will actually remove a complication with IP's plan to acquire DS Smith. So on the watch here, but we are seeing shares falling as much as 11% in trading today.
And wrapping it up, I was joking, but it's real. Walgreens still doing terrible.
Still doing terrible, seeing its lowest level since 1997 and its biggest plunge on record. Now, this is really a brutal drop here after it slashed its guidance, pointing to a worsening retail environment. Like Alex, I'm still confused on this one as to what the consumer is doing, but we are seeing the CEO trying to turn the business around, especially after it's been a rocky couple of years, and so that's really been in focus. But Walgreens did announce that it will be closing more stores, but didn't give any particular updates on whether or not it'll announce further job cuts.
All right, Nora, we appreciate you. Thank you very much, Norma Linda of Bloomberg News, joining us there. Hey, do you want to talk about oil and stuff?
Oh, let's do that.
Let's
I was
do that.
down doing busy. I looked up, and there's another person in our studio, and I'm guessing you're kind of
Blame for this? Yes,
this?
yeah.
Okay.
Blame? No, because she's awesome. Joining us now is Kate Richards, founder and CEO of Warwick Investment Group. So Warwick Investment is the largest PE firm in the U.S. that's founded and led by a woman founder, and it focuses on real assets like natural resources and real estate. I've known Kate for a long while, it feels, but I haven't seen you in forever and a day. How are you?
Great, thanks for having me. I think that the fact that I haven't seen you is probably sort of reflective of what most people haven't seen, which is commodities in their portfolio over the past decade.
Oh, way to turn that in. I like this. So what we're seeing in the trend is, A, people want to own commodities in their portfolio, but like not all commodities, but be very specific. But we also seen a ton of M&A. Big guys with the medium guys with medium guys, small guys and small guys. How do you think this winds up playing out, and what are the opportunities set for you?
I think two things. So number one, we're probably at the beginning of a new commodity price super cycle. And the first one was 2000 to 2015, driven by urbanization and industrialization in China. This one's driven by the energy transition. And what's ironic is that it's obviously increasing demand for battery metals like nickel, lithium, copper, maybe cobalt. And secondly, that it's actually increasing demand for hydrocarbons because the energy transition is hydrocarbon intensive. And if you need any evidence of that, you can look at what happened with China last year, the largest EV market in the world, where hydrocarbon demand actually went up. And so the cautionary tale is looking at gasoline demand trends, which in China went down last year, and equating that to price trajectory for oil or demand for oil. So I think that's really something that's important. It's a subtlety, but whatever's happening with EVs and whatever's happening with gasoline trends because of EV adoption, you can't relate to the price of oil or demand for oil. And but even that being said, oil and gasoline were at all-time highs in terms of demand last year.
Well, Alex, as you know, is an energy expert. I am not. What's your view of this energy transition? Because it seems like, if I just think about EVs, it's kind of taken a tick down a little bit over the last couple of years. How do you guys view that?
Well, I think that, we deal in communities that don't want to talk about energy transition at all. And then on the mining side of our life, we deal in communities that will not talk about hydrocarbons as an ongoing source of energy in the world. And both of those are unrealistic. We talk about energy as kaleidoscopic, and you will have certain jurisdictions like the East Coast, the West Coast of the US, the OECD, certainly Europe, that will skew more renewable in terms of power and more EV in terms of vehicles. And then you will have groups that do not. And I think the problem is that in sitting in the OECD and reading all of the kind of typical, like, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, FT, Economist, maybe Bloomberg, Axios, you sort of think like, oh, the energy transition is happening and conventional vehicles and conventional fuels are going out of business. The problem is that if you look at the last 22 years, the OECD, which is about 400 million people, has taken demand for hydrocarbons down 2 million barrels a day. And the non-OECD has taken hydrocarbon demand up 25 million barrels a day. Wow. So it's just a law of large numbers. And the fact is that if you wanted to say no traditional energy, that's unrealistic. We don't have enough copper in the world to supply that. But if you wanted to say no renewables, we don't have enough oil or LNG to supply the world. So it has to be kaleidoscopic. And it's really an all of the above energy solution, including nuclear, which last year came into the conversation as carbon-free.
Kaleidoscopic. I'm
like
totally
that.
stealing this
Yes.
one. Yeah. So, Kate, when we have this interest, though, in the energy space among energy companies, does that make exit strategies more appealing for you? Like, are you buying more or are you selling more right now? Because for a while, it felt like assets in private equity when it related to energy was stuck. It was going nowhere fast.
So in 2018, we had a number of oil and gas companies. One could probably argue too many in the US. 60% of the oil and gas companies that existed in 2018 don't exist today because of M&A. So there has been massive consolidation in this space. And we're probably not going back to the 70s where it was like the seven sisters, you know, 7 big companies, but we might be going back to 15 companies. So definitely there is consolidation. And that consolidation was localized in the Permian Basin in West Texas until this year, and I would say now the Permian's pretty consolidated, and now it's going to other basins in the U.S. So this is sort of a cross-basin U.S. consolidation story. That's number one. Number two, it's definitely cheaper to buy assets. So 2014, 15, we would pay 7 to 10 times EBITDA. We're buying assets now for 1 to 3 times EBITDA.
But doesn't that mean that you're does that mean that you're selling assets for that too, though?
It does not mean that, because in a lot of cases, people need to pay for inventory. Because the reason, like to your point, why are the mid caps buying small caps, or why are the small caps trying to buy, like why is this game of Pac-Man happening where it's either get consolidated or consolidate? It's because people are short inventory. So in your private portfolio, if you have inventory, or if you're a public company and you have inventory, you are attractive, and it's a game to get bigger before all of the chips are sort of held by big public companies.
You mentioned nuclear. What is a reasonable nuclear policy from your perspective? Because I'm hearing more about the technology changing now. We don't have to build these monster reactors. We can build little ones. And that seems reasonable to me.
So I actually think there's a really interesting fight that's sort of like brewing between big tech and LNG exporters, frankly, because big tech knows that they are massive power consumers and they need power quickly, especially if you're sort of positing that it's like this AI fight nationally that's in national interest. So if you talk to big tech, they'll say, you know, AI ushers in a nuclear renaissance, and it's not that hard because we have these small modular nuclear reactors. This is an existing technology. It's on submarines all over the world. The fact is, you'll probably see some of that, but you'll also probably see some of it go to natural gas and some more go to renewables. I think that big tech is probably going to have to embrace like a kaleidoscopic power outlook.
We haven't put any nuclear plants in operation forever, right?
Right, yeah.
So to say I'm going to power this data center with a small nuclear plant, that is a huge deal.
Yeah. You know, there's also probably not the uranium to power a nuclear renaissance right now, particularly with the House and Senate now restricting 20% of the uranium market to be imported into the U.S. And that matters because the U.S. is the largest consumer of uranium, and we are now, like as of 2027 or 2028, not allowed to buy uranium from Kazakhstan or Russia.
So, yeah, but to your point, Paul, they are considering restarting a nuclear plant that was closed. That's quite big. And the SMRs, these small modular reactors, they're just, the economics are so wide. Like, it just, you just can't make the economics work yet.
Okay.
But I like that you brought up the uranium factor, because what we are seeing is oil companies go into mining, particularly with lithium. And I'm wondering if, like, there's a way that you are thinking about your oil and your, like, real play, like the hard asset plays. Like, are there plays for you there?
Yeah, I think, well, definitely. So oil and gas companies are actively looking at lithium because we extract lithium when we bring water out of the ground in saltwater brine across the U.S. So that is definitely a play. The other thing is that a lot of the mining companies don't know how to lease acreage to do mined expansion, and that's something that oil and gas companies are very good at. So I actually think you're seeing this like merger of the natural resources brethren in a lot of ways. And the similarities are fascinating because like mining and oil and gas globally have both decreased CapEx 40% since the 2013, 2014 timeframe. And mining and oil and gas companies also are only spending 40% of cash flow on CapEx today. and they're both essential for the energy transition. So I think you're probably going to start to see a lot more intersection of conversation around oil and gas and mining companies, just as these natural resources businesses that haven't really been super relevant for the past 10 years, but are increasingly very relevant.
Cool, right?
Wow.
Super cool.
Very good. Very
Kate,
good.
appreciate it. So don't be a stranger. You don't have to be here to do this. So we can definitely chat remotely as well. Kate Richard, founder and CEO of Warwick Investment Group. It's sort of how do you make money in the energy transition and how that's going to wind up playing out and where the supply shortfall is going to be. And what, Paul, what's so interesting is we talk about oil reduction use, particularly in developed nations, it doesn't mean it's going to zero. And I feel like that's a reset a little bit. Like it can decline, but we're still using it. It's not like we're going to nothing.
Okay. I mean, it's going to be a kaleidoscopic solution.
I'm never going to be able to say that word again. Kaleidoscopic. Tucker,
Yes.
Did you look it up? Did you have time?
Sounds too much like colonoscopy, so I'm going to avoid it.
Yeah,
What? Now you're messing me up. I'm never going to. It does not sound like colonoscopy. All right. Coming up, Tim Craighead, Bloomberg Intelligence Global Chief Content Officer, will be joining us. 10 companies to watch in the third quarter. We're going to have all of that for you.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock averages, they are mixed right now to little change. Bond yields, they're lower. This comes after the latest economic data that we got this morning. That was applications for jobless benefits rising to the highest level since the end of 2021. So that suggests the need for rate cuts. Tomorrow, the government's going to release the latest personal consumption expenditures index, the PCE. And of course, you've heard this a million times, it's the Federal Reserve's preferred measure of inflation. Some of the individual movers, Walgreens Boots Alliance, worst performing stock right now in the S&P 500. It ran around 23%, the biggest drop in the S&P 500, reporting results that fell shy of forecast. They also cut the outlook, and they're going to close any number of stores continuing with that. The company says hundreds more in the next 3 years. And the spice maker McCormick, best performing stock in the S&P 500, after beating analysts' earnings forecast. S&P 500 down a point. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 66 points. The NASDAQ 100 up 7 points. And as those yields, the 2-year right now 4 basis points lower. That is at 470. The 10-year 4 basis points lower. That's at 428. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio right in Midtown Manhattan. We're also streaming live on that internet thing. I think you go to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you will find us. Joining us right now is the pride of Southwestern Virginia by way of London, England, Tim Craighead, Global Chief Content Officer for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from Zoom from our global London headquarters, Queen Victoria Street in London, extraordinary building right in the city of London. Tim, thanks so much for joining us here. I know you guys at BI, you put out your research here on some 10 companies we need to watch periodically throughout the year here. We've got one you guys recently published about the companies to watch in 3Q. Give us a couple of names that we should be really taking a look at here as we approach third quarter earnings.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll give you a smidge of a backdrop on this, if that's okay, to put it into context. These are all part of what we call our focus ideas, which is a list of companies that we have a strong point of view on fundamentally, that we think is different from what the market currently believes, and there's catalyst ahead to hopefully turn the market towards our view. The thing that sets these 10 off is that they all have catalysts coming up in the third quarter, a la the 10 companies to watch for this quarter. And I guess the first group that you have to start, it seems like with any conversation these days, is AI. And there's certainly a couple of AI-related ideas here, even though NVIDIA is not on the list. Corning.
Ooh, interesting.
This fiber optic cable. You can't have AI going through all of these data centers if you can't connect the data centers together. And interestingly, with fiber optic cable, there was actually a down cycle over the course of the past year where there was excess inventory and this, that, and the other with some telco build related to 5G. That sort of is worked its way through, and we expect data center build out to really drive demand for fiber optic cables going forward, a la the potential for positive surprise. There's another one called THK. My guess is you've never heard of this one. Yeah. It's a machinery company out of Japan, and they have a 50% share in something called, now I'm going to make sure I pronounce it correctly, linear motion guide rails. And you're saying, good. What? Yeah. If you think about how you picture semiconductors being manufactured, there's the equipment that buzzes across and etches these patterns into silicon. The rails that they run on are these things, and they have a 50% share.
I love this kind of stuff. Yep. It's like the guts of the things.
Yep.
Yeah, so these are things that you can't do AI unless you have these things. So we're looking for those types of opportunities. You could draw a little bit of a further sort of second or third degree connection with Sandvik. This is another machinery company based in Scandinavia. 50% of their business is mining related, and you're saying, what? Well, the current hot topics these days in mining, among others, is copper. And we're seeing a CapEx cycle in copper. You can't dig and mine copper without Sandvik's stuff. So it's another adjunct play on AI. So those are a couple of things.
I like this. I mean, I like the way you guys are thinking about this, kind of by the, kind of the tools of AI as opposed to, kind of the direct plays here. Another one is I think about the Olympics in Paris this summer. And I think it's going to be just a monster event. Fingers crossed everything goes well. But that's good for all the companies associated with the Olympics. You've got one here, Nike. Talk to us about that.
Yep. Yeah, so Nike's interesting on a couple of fronts. You've got not only the Olympics coming up, but if you're at all into what they call football here in London, we would call soccer, obviously. The Euros are going on right now, which is a massive.
Is England still in the Euros?
They are, but they drew 2 of their first 3 matches. So, they make it into the second round, but we'll see. But Nike not only has that to look forward to, but more importantly, they've got new product that's going to be displayed there and promoted there with all the advertisement and visibility that happens. Running shoes like the new Pegasus, there's other products as well. They've lagged for 2 years in innovation, and Puma and Adidas have taken share. You might remember we've talked about Adidas before, where we had a focus idea that Poonam Goyal was behind. She's since closed that, shifted gears towards Nike because she sees market share recovery with Nike because they finally got on board with some new innovation. So interesting story there. And I would say similarly, you could kind of throw into the same bucket Galaxy, which is one of the big casino operators in Macau, who, you think about innovation and new product. They opened a big new phase of their Cotai-based resort, and they're starting to gain market share. And summer is the big season for travel. China travel is back up, and there's a big story there that, again, revolves around new product, innovation, right time, right place.
So what you also have on the list, which is interesting, is RH. This is Restoration Hardware. Is that what this is?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because the quarter wasn't that good, right? And their stuff is so expensive that in a downturn that feels a little hard to swallow.
So you can't buy it on a discount? You can't get a sale?
Okay, even the outlet store at Industry City, which is, they've outlet stores in Brooklyn and stuff, is just insanely expensive for something that's super boring.
Quality. I've purchased some of their stuff.
Well, sure, but you can get something for good quality that's not going to be like $8,000 for like a table. I don't know.
Well, so
you're playing
You're playing into the idea here, Alex, and I am going to date myself. I remember being a equity research salesperson back at Goldman on the day, and we were doing the IPO for Restoration Hardware. I remember traveling around with management, but that's another story. RH is one of our cautious ideas. Along with HCA, the big U.S. hospital company, as well as Nintendo, the gaming software electronics company. We do have negative focus ideas as well as positive focus ideas. And the thing with RH, management guidance and still consensus is guiding for recovery from what you're just talking about. But notwithstanding the resilient U.S. consumer, we still expect the recovery that's anticipated to disappoint. Furniture sales last year were disappointing, notwithstanding the consumer. And we think a recovery is going to be delayed and expectations are going to be cut again. So that's that one.
That's a little on the cautious side, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, indeed. I would throw out similarly in terms of, we think, overly optimistic expectations. Nintendo, obviously totally different story, but we all know Game Boy and Switch and things like that.
Game Boy.
Yeah. Yeah, going back in the day. But, you know, their current console is the Switch, and there is a new console coming out called Switch 2. And Paul, you know from your background, these console stories are big deals, whether it be for Nintendo or Microsoft or what have you. This one is sort of like waiting for Godot. We thought we've been thinking they were going to announce a date, but it still is yet to come, and we think it causes room for disappointment relative to where consensus expectations are still setting.
All right, very good. As always, you know, so Tim's an American, but he has adapted to this whole English bank holiday thing.
Okay,
You know, they have a lot of bank holidays in England, so they get the days off for seemingly no reason. And then the whole month of August, forget about it.
Yeah.
So again, Tim's a good boy from Southwestern Virginia, but he's all in on this whole European vacation thing. Tim Craighead, thanks for joining us. Tim Craighead, Global Chief Content Officer, Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from our Queen Victoria Street offices in London. So good stuff there. Some good ideas coming out of BI, kind of geared around maybe where they think the street isn't in terms of viewing some of these names.
So my daughter wants Nintendo Switch. Like, do we like this? Like, no, we don't like this, right?
Stay away from video
games, right?
As long as you can.
Yeah,
That's
we
what
did
I'm
it as long
thinking.
as we could, but we kind of caved.
You did cave.
Yeah. Although that's good now because I got two boys who communicate primarily via the games and playing games together. And it was, I talked to him, and my brother Jordan yesterday. We were playing games for an hour, and I was like, oh, okay. So at least.
So that kind of counts.
Yeah, I'll give it a little bit of a.
I don't know. It is stressful. All right, Barry Ritholtz is coming up next, and Michael Barr for World and National News. Michael.
Thank you very much, Alex. Paul, John, several decisions from the Supreme Court this morning. The Supreme Court cleared the way for Idaho hospitals to provide emergency abortions for now in a procedural ruling that left key questions unanswered and could mean the issue ends up before the court again soon. We get details with Bloomberg's June Grasso.
This is a sort of kick the can down the road decision because what they're saying is that the case was improvidently granted. So it's dismissed because improvidently granted. We call it a dig. And that means that we shouldn't have taken the case in the first place.
Bloomberg's June Grasso. The ruling came a day after an opinion was briefly posted on the court's website accidentally and quickly taken down. The court has rejected a nationwide settlement with OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma that would have shielded the Sackler family members who own the company from civil lawsuits over the toll of opioids, but also would have provided billions of dollars to combat the epidemic. In another ruling, the panel has stripped the Securities and Exchange Commission of a major tool in fighting securities fraud. The justices ruled that people accused by the SEC of fraud have the right to a jury trial in federal court. In a move to improve health care and technology, Crescent Regional Hospital in Lancaster, Texas, debuted the Holobox. The holographic technology gives doctors a more three-dimensional visit than telehealth visits do. Raji Kumar is the CEO of Crescent Regional Hospital. He calls it groundbreaking in the healthcare industry, and it can be used in pre-op, post-op, and even emergency room consults.
Our doctors in the north side of town don't have to drive 30 miles to see one of their patients. They can just hop into the studio and they can have a consult.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock averages right now, mixed to little change. The real focus, bond yields, they are lower after the latest batch of economic reports. That's reinforcing speculation the Federal Reserve is going to be able to cut rates maybe a couple of times before year end. Ahead of tomorrow's inflation report, Dana Peterson, chief economist at the Conference Board, is looking for rate cuts later this year.
Yes, we think the Fed's going to stay put. Certainly inflation is their biggest issue, and it's still sticky. So tomorrow's number, again, will be really important to see if the easing that we saw in CPI shows up in PCE. We have the Fed cutting in November and December.
Again, that's the PCE out tomorrow morning, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. Mega cap stocks, they're mixed right now. Amazon up, NVIDIA down, Micron Technology, that is lower. Shares right now down about 6.5%. Its forecast failed to meet some of the lofty expectations. And then you have the worst performing stock in the S&P 500. Worth mentioning again, Walgreens Boots Alliance tumbling after slashing its guidance due to a worsening retail environment. The S&P 500 5 points lower. Dow Jones Industrial Average, that is up 64 points. Right now the NASDAQ 100 21 points lower. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're in Midtown Manhattan. We're also streaming live on YouTube, so you can head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. Barry Ritholtz joins us. He is host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. He's also founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Hey, Barry, this feels like a market that it just wants to keep going up. Somebody smart told me that recently. And but there's a lot of folks out there, you know, they're just not buying it here. How do you kind of put the two together here?
Well, someone always has to be on the other side of the trade, right? No matter how bullish you are, if you're a buyer, that means somebody's a seller. And so it takes two parties to make a market. There seemed to be this perennial undercurrent of people who have doubted the strength of this market, really going back not to the pandemic, but back to the financial crisis. I'm fascinated by the bears who just never could make the turn following 08-09 and just doubled down. And man, that was one of the best decades of returns until we wobbled during the pandemic, down 34%, and then took off again for the rest of the year and the following year. So bull markets tend to last longer, run further, and go higher than the average person expects, including the average bull.
Hey, Barry, at the same time, we're getting into summer, man. Like, we got July 4th next week. Historically, the first 2 weeks in July, this is what Scott Rubner of Goldman Sachs keeps telling me, is where we kind of peak out. And then you add on the layer of the election in November. What do you expect volume and interest is going to be over the next few months?
Over the summer?
Yeah.
No, it'll be SPF 30. I mean, this happens every year where the quarter is coming to an end tomorrow. We will have, yet it's hard to imagine, wait, didn't earnings seasons just end? We're going to have another earnings seasons begin. We have the debate tonight. It's a pre-presidential election couple of months. You know, I would say don't be surprised if even with the upward bias, there's a little bit of a range-bound trading in a lot of equities that are out there. I know that's a completely useless piece of advice for most listeners, but hey, you know, you can't just go straight up every week, every month. This year, the first 2 quarters of the year have been a good year. Anytime you could have a good year in 2 quarters, I'll take it. A slight upward bias for the rest of the year. It's amazing how resilient the market has been in the light of all these different narratives that have proven to be false. right? When we had a really substantial rebound from the losses in 2022 when the Fed began hiking rates so aggressively, the story in 2023 was market's going to go up in anticipation of Fed cutting. That was the end of 2022, the beginning of 2023, all through 2023. Here we are, we're halfway through 2024. There's no sign of any sort of imminent rate cut. Hey, if I was Jerome Powell, yeah, I'd throw a quarter point in the next meeting, if for no other reason just to free up a little of that locked-in housing supply. People forget, it's June 2024. Inflation peaked 2 years ago and has pretty much trended straight down, maybe not as fast as we wanted, but in the 2 to 3% range. That's about as good as you're going to get. The 2% target that we saw in 2010s, we're no longer in a monetary policy-driven economy. We're now in a fiscal policy-driven economy, and I think you have to loosen those inflation reins a little bit to reflect how much federal monies, and not just the pandemic aid, but the infrastructure bill and the semiconductor bill and the anti-inflation bill. Those are spread out over 10 years. There's a wind at the back of that sort of fiscal spending that'll last a decade, and I suspect 2% is going to be kind of challenging to get to. 2.5, 2 3/4 is a more realistic number.
Barry, you mentioned obviously the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is the elections here in 2024. If you were advising the Biden campaign on just messaging, if nothing else, how would you have them message this economy? Because I think a lot of folks are not giving this administration credit for what has been a pretty darn good economy.
Yeah, no, this has been, look, the economy coming out of, let's call it 2013, when markets made new highs, going back to 2000, really arguably the start of the new bull market, that economy did very well. The economy that Trump inherited did very well, at least up until the pandemic. Then we obviously hit the wall. By the time President Biden came in, he had the good fortune of coming in with unemployment high and fiscal stimulus already surging through the economy. The past 4 years have been very robust. One of the notes I put out recently was about everybody obsesses on inflation, but they ignore, and that's as consumers, but they ignore the other half of that ledger, which is how much are you earning to go out and buy those goods and services? And we show this chart all the time. Since the pandemic ended, cumulatively, inflation is up a little over 20%, but wages is up a little more than 22%. And so it feels, you notice, gasoline prices, they're on 6-foot-tall numbers on top of 30-foot-tall holes. It's the biggest thing you see. But when you get a wage increase, it just kind of quietly slips into your account via direct deposit. Most of us don't get paid in cash. No one's, laying out 20s like they did in the old days. It just magically appears. And so you don't feel, hey, I made 10% more this year than last year. You don't feel like I'm 10% richer. It's just a little number that when you scroll down to the bottom of your app, oh, look, I have a little more cash left in my checking account. But on the other hand, inflation is very visible. And so I think they have to communicate, hey, inflation went up. Inflation was the better alternative to seeing unemployment skyrocket to 15%. And by the way, I'll take a little blame for inflation, should say Joe Biden, but so should my predecessor, who had the biggest fiscal stimulus as a percentage of GDP since World War II. And by the way, that was the right thing to do. A little inflation, a temporary 1.5 to 2 years of inflation, much better than high double digits unemployment. This was the deal with the devil we made, and consumer spending is still robust. The economy is doing well. The stock market's at all-time highs.
Barry, we got to go. Up against the clock. Thanks very much. Always good to check in with you. Barry Ritholtz, founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management and host of Masters in Business, joining us there. I was reading on the Post, by the way, earlier. Yep. It's been so hot that a wax statue of Lincoln head melted off.
Oh.
Just saying. As I look outside to this 92-degree weather, this is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker. Look at some of the company stories we're following. As the Federal Reserve released its annual stress test results, the central bank called out credit cards as a key driver of bigger capital declines than last year. Ally Financial's card portfolio, that fared the worst under the hypothetical recession. They had a projected loss rate topping 40%. Now, among the other firms with heavy theoretical losses, the credit card giant Capital One Financial and Wall Street Titan that's actually looking to get out of the credit card game, namely Goldman Sachs. For the second year in a row, Goldman was projected to lose about a quarter of its credit card book in the Fed's meltdown scenario. Hope fading for owners of Fisker's beleaguered electric SUVs. With the company mired in bankruptcy, customers say it's becoming increasingly difficult to get any help fixing their glitchy or otherwise problematic cars. Fisker owners have had a bumpy ride ever since the company's first vehicles rolled out unfinished in late 2023. About 6,400 customers paid as much as $70,000 for their vehicles, with later deliveries slowed by software glitches after a series of setbacks, including halting production for its only model. Fisker last week filed for Chapter 11. This is a new film being released by New Line Cinema, part of Warner Brothers Discovery. Kevin Costner's passion project, the film Horizon, an American saga, Chapter 1, debuts June 28th after 4 decades in the making. Unfortunately, movie fans aren't really excited. The Box Office Pro estimates the film will bring in $12 to $20 million. It's intended to serve as the first of 4 titles focused on frontiersmen in the West. And that is a look at your company news.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Thursday, everybody. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, finance, and economics through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence analysts. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world, and we make sure that you are up to date with your world and national news. And for that, we go to Michael Barr. Michael?
Thank you very much, Alex, Paul, John. Idaho passed an anti-abortion law that required doctors to determine that continuing a troubled pregnancy could prove fatal before they could carry out an abortion. The U.S. Supreme Court this morning, by 6-3, officially overturned that law. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports from Washington.
When the case was argued, Justice Sonia Sotomayor questioned Idaho's lawyer, Josh Turner.
There will be some women who present serious medical condition that doctors in good faith can't say will present death, but will present potential loss of an organ or serious medical complications. They can't perform those abortions.
Yes, Idaho law does say that abortions in that case aren't allowed.
So Idaho was violating a federal law that required every hospital to offer emergency treatment, including in this case abortion, if the patient's health is at risk, not just the prospect of dying in childbirth. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Other rulings this morning include the court tossing out Purdue Pharma's $6 billion opioid settlement, nixing a deal that would have funded opioid epidemic relief efforts in exchange for protecting the company's billionaire owners from lawsuits alleging they helped fuel the addiction crisis. The ruling means the accord would improperly shield its owners, members of the billionaire Sackler family. In just a few hours, President Biden and former President Trump will face one another just a few feet apart inside CNN's Atlanta, Georgia studio. It is their first face-off of the election year, and since they last went head-to-head in 2020. You can hear tonight's debate on Bloomberg with coverage starting at 8 p.m. Wall Street time. Finally, 2 pandas are on their way to the San Diego Zoo from China as part of a 30-year alliance with the China Wildlife Conservation Association. Sending off in the ceremony yesterday in the Chinese province of Sichuan was attended by a number of Chinese and American dignitaries, including San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria.
On behalf of the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance and every San Diegan, it is a profound honor to be entrusted with the care and conservation of these 2 giant pandas, Yun Chuan and Xing Tao.
Global news, 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Alex, John.
All right, thanks so much, Michael Barr. So this is a great story. It's reading high in the Bloomberg terminal, and it talks about Fisker owners. So Fisker makes a very expensive EV. It just declared bankruptcy, and their EVs cost like $70,000. And some of their owners are now calling it the worst financial decision ever. They talked to one gentleman, Joseph Murphy, who said that he opted to trade in his almost new 70 grand Fisker Ocean for only $23,000. And I feel like what's interesting is twofold, and in general with EVs, what is the trade-in value for EVs in general?
In general,
like
right, yep.
I don't know if we 100% know that yet. And then also in terms of repairs, like usually like I have a Subaru, right? I go to the Subaru dealer and they fix the stuff, right? What do you do when there's no dealer?
I don't, and that's the whole thing, no dealerships. You just kind of
Right.
do it, you know, that's the new model, or was to be the new model. I don't know. And it's really going to be an issue for a lot of these people. To be honest, I've never seen a Fisker on the road. I've seen plenty of Rivians.
Yeah,
but I've never seen a Fisker on the road. I've seen a Polestar. One of our neighbors down the shore has a Polestar. But I mean, yeah, for all of these things, I think when you think about the Hertz, when Hertz decided to basically get out of the EV business, it was for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the value of their fleet, you know, depreciated so quickly that it was just impossible to, you know, get any kind of return on their investment. So it's definitely an issue, you know.
And interesting because apparently Fisker, through bankruptcy, is still legally required to honor warranties on vehicles it sold. But several owners say, guess what? The reps have become really hard to get in touch with because the automakers laid off many of their mobile technicians. Right? So that, you know, that makes sense. Anyway, it's a really interesting article. You guys should definitely read it, particularly as we're sort of questioning what that EV landscape looks like. That wraps it up for me and Paul. Paul, you have a lovely weekend. I will be with here tomorrow. Coming up, Balance of Power.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's fight night. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. On this day of days, the first presidential debate in an historic campaign with two former rivals face to face for the first time in 4 years. We're going to bring you to the site of tonight's debate in Atlanta. A live update ahead from Bloomberg's David Gura. He's in the spin room right now. We'll take a deep dive on the final poll before the debate with Don Levy, who runs the Siena College Research Institute. Fascinating numbers to keep in mind today. 4 more rulings today from the Supreme Court. We'll get into them with June Grasso from Bloomberg Law with analysis on all of our stories from our great panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist Rick Davis, along with Democratic strategist Joel Rubin. So let's get started, as always, with a look at Wall Street. For that, we turn to Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Very mixed market. We've got the Dow Industrials holding on to gains. The Dow up 70 right now, but both the S&P and NASDAQ, they are declining. The world's biggest bond market rose after the latest batch of economic reports reinforced speculation that the Fed will be able to cut rates this year to prevent a bigger U.S. slowdown. So here's where we stand. S&P down 5 now. That is a drop of just about 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 69, up 0.2. NASDAQ lower by 6. Little change there, down less than 0.1%. 10-year 4.28%. The 2-year 4.71%. Gold up $29 the ounce, up 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%. Bottom line here, very mixed market. S&P down 4, drop there of 0.1%. Lee Farage is head of multi-asset strategy at State Street, and on Bloomberg this morning he told us investors should not confuse today's stock market with that of the late 1990s.
The difference between now and the dot-com bubble is the companies now, they're making money. If you think back to the dot-com era, those companies weren't making money. They didn't make money for years. The ones that survived are now very successful and very big companies. The ones we're talking about now with AI, they're making money. They're printing money every day. So there is a big difference.
Lee Farage of State Street, lots of earnings to digest. Micron Technology lower after last night's report, down 7.4%. Rival chip makers AMD up 0.2%, NVIDIA down 2.3%. Also reporting yesterday was Levi Strauss. That stock plunging 16.3%. After the bell today, we will hear from Nike. Ahead of that report, Nike up 0.4%. Recapping, S&P lower, down 0.4%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, we thank you, sir. We'll get back to Charlie with more on the markets a little bit later on. On this debate day, we're finally here, the 27th of June. We're told the most important day of the presidential campaign yet. Maybe we'll look back and call it the most pivotal day of the campaign in total. I was just talking to my friend John coming into the studio today. He said, I'd rather watch the Golden Girls. At least they're funny. But new numbers from Quinnipiac tell you otherwise. This is going to be a show tonight. Quinnipiac national poll of registered voters, 7 in 10, 73% say it is likely they will watch this debate tonight. 25% have other plans. That's pretty good. That's like Oscars numbers, right? This could be the Super Bowl of politics once again. In Atlanta, Joe Biden, Donald Trump on stage for the first time in 4 years. And you know the deal with the rules. Yeah, they're going to cut off the mic when the time is up. But this is going to be a fascinating thing to see. It's in the studio, of course, without the audience, where the two candidates will be. And then all heck breaks loose after in the spin room when the surrogates come in and they talk to the journalists. And you know what? David Gura is already in there. I love this. Starting early in Atlanta, reporting for Bloomberg, of course, the host of the Big Take podcast. But he's all ours today, David. How are things looking so far?
Well, it's cool in here, which may be one of the driving reasons why I've come inside. But it's great to speak with you, Joe, of course. And yeah, we're very curious how all of this unfolds. The head of the network that is putting on this debate has said, quite frankly, that he wants to harken back to something that we saw in 1960. That is the debate between JFK and Richard Nixon, that first TV debate. Wants to pare it back and not have the audience, not have any of that artifice. We'll see how that works. We'll see how these two candidates do with that kind of setting. I think what's prompting a lot of the curiosity that you're describing, numbers that might even be better than the Oscars or the Super Bowl, is just seeing how these two candidates navigate that, what they're going to look like on stage independently and with each other, and how they interact with the moderators of this debate. It is a curiosity, and a curiosity, of course, Joe, that's coming a few months earlier than most cycles. We're having this debate before we get to the political conventions, which is also novel in itself.
It is novel, and you wonder what we'll think about this by the time we get to potentially a second debate as they've scheduled in September. David, you know I love to go to ground when you get on the road in a case like this. Tell us what it's like. I'm assuming you've got media from around the world there tonight, and will you have venue to talk to surrogates in the spin room later?
Well, they'll be here. We're looking forward to talking to them, and we'll see who shows up and who is carrying the flag for both of these candidates. Right now, it's fairly quiet, and I will say one of the weirder facets of this is by virtue of the fact that the debate is taking place at CNN studios, some removed from here, it does feel like there is a wider geographic distance than perhaps there is. We're not sort of interfacing a lot with the teams that are surrounding these two candidates. I should say Joe Biden and Donald Trump arriving in town a little bit later this afternoon. But everyone with whom I've spoken knows this is happening, is complaining about the traffic that's already started to slow down across the city. So it is certainly central, both geographically and on the minds of most Atlantans here today.
The president arrives 2:15 p.m. Dobbins Air Reserve Base. According to his schedule, he's going straight from Camp David to Atlanta, Georgia today. David, are we going to see the traditional walk-through, or do we not see the president and former president until the lights go on at 9 o'clock tonight?
I don't think that there's anything on the schedule up until that point, and we are kind of watching to see what they do after this debate concludes, both in the hours after and the days to come. So there are watch parties throughout the city. There are also fundraisers for these two candidates. Donald Trump expected to go to one at Kelly Loeffler's house. She, of course, the former senator from Georgia. And at that event, talked about those surrogates just a moment ago, many of those surrogates who are also this group of finalists for the VP nomination for Donald Trump expected to be at that party as well. And then Joe Biden likely to go to a party of his supporters in Atlanta as well before they hit the road. And where are they going to go to? They're going to go to swing states here in the South. Joe Biden going to North Carolina. obviously has been a purplish or purple trending state in recent election cycles. Donald Trump going to Virginia to speak to his supporters there tomorrow, and then the president, Joe Biden, going to the Northeast, to the Hamptons, and to New Jersey to do some high-dollar fundraising on the heels of this. So, as you know, Joe, the event itself, always exciting and telegraphed so much, and then we kind of see how that kind of changes or alters the message that these candidates are going to give in the run-up to those conventions, and then, of course, the general election in November.
Yeah, it's remarkable. They're not technically their party's formal nominees, but here we are tonight. David Gura, you're in for a day. I'm really glad you're there, and we thank you. We'll catch up a little bit later on here on Balance of Power on the late edition, and then in our special coverage tonight. David's going to help us shepherd our way through this whole thing starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time here on Bloomberg TV and radio, on YouTube, where you can search Bloomberg Global News and find us. We'll have a great panel for you. Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn will be here for the pregame and the post-debate analysis. You don't need to go anywhere else but right here on Bloomberg for all of this, with the big curtain raiser, courtesy our friend Don Levy at Siena College. More than 2/3 of voters said the outcome of Donald Trump's criminal case in Manhattan made no difference to their vote. As we step into this debate tonight, the head-to-head results of the survey, 48%, 44%, Mr. Trump with his biggest lead in the Siena poll. Glad to say Don Levy is back with us. He runs the Research Institute at Siena College. This is the poll on the front page of the New York Times today. Don, his biggest point margin when calculated before figures are rounded, to be exact here. Mr. Trump's lead with registered voters was an even larger 6 percentage points. How do you rationalize that after so much noise in his campaign?
Well, we see a lot of movement in the campaign right now amongst a couple of groups, most especially independents. Trump picked up about 3 points over our poll in April amongst independents. And actually, he closed the gap with women to a certain degree. Women is a constituency that President Biden certainly needs to carry and carry strongly. And that moved from a double-digit lead down to only about 6 points amongst women. So we see some movement across the electorate, but we continue to focus to a great deal on a group of people that we call the double haters. And I think that what people need to look at as they look at this debate is everyone's going to look at it through their own prism. About 75% of the electorate is baked in at this point. Those are people who have a favorable view of one of the candidates and an unfavorable view of the other. So, for example, of those voters who are favorable on Trump and unfavorable on Biden, they tell us that they're going to vote for Trump at rates of about 97%. Biden is similar in the other direction. But right now, if the vote were taking place just amongst those people, the love haters, as we call them, Trump is up by 2 or 3 points in the battleground states and nationally. It's the double haters, the people who have an unfavorable view of both Biden and Trump, who ironically are set up to decide the election and hopefully will be amongst those 77% that we polled who say they're going to tune in tonight.
Those, ironically, will decide the election. Okay, so, Don, for a seasoned pollster who's been talking to these people, you guys, come back around and follow up on interviews with your sample. Do we have any reason to believe that an event like tonight could move a double hater in one direction or the other?
Well, I think absolutely we do, because some of the issues that affect double haters are just how they feel towards these two candidates. Right now, Biden is losing in the too old battle, but Trump is losing in the temperament battle. And frankly, when you look at these double haters, those double haters will end up saying, I'll probably vote for Trump, but they're doing so more so because they view Trump as better on policies that matter to them, most especially the economy. When you look at the double haters who tell us that they might vote for Biden, it's because they simply don't like Donald Trump more than they dislike Joe Biden. If Donald Trump assuages those concerns tonight, that's going to help him with those double haters. If Joe Biden demonstrates that he's still with it, he's not too old to be president of the United States, that's going to help them. It's those qualities, those personal qualities, that could sway those double haters a little bit one way or another. You brought up the trial before. Amongst double haters, over 20% of double haters say, you know what, that trial made me feel more like I want to vote for a third-party candidate rather than either the two major party candidates. This debate is an opportunity for both Biden and Trump to speak to those double haters and to try to move them ever so slightly in their direction. Right now, Biden leads amongst double haters by about 7 or 8 points. He needs a bigger advantage there if he's going to overcome Trump's current advantage.
And you just used the key word, I think, Don, that's temperament, right? If someone's going to be swayed away from Donald Trump tonight, it might not have anything to do with policy, but the way he comports himself. And we haven't seen Donald Trump in a debate in 4 years. We have seen him on the stump recently saying some pretty wild things. But doesn't this apply to both? If Joe Biden comes in swinging and yelling, does his temperament be called suddenly into question?
Oh, absolutely. And especially amongst these double haters who are, you can call them persuadable, you can call them swing voters. They're the ones whose minds are not completely made up. Right now, they rate Biden on temperament really at about a break even, slightly better. Trump is a negative about 10 points on temperament. So the temperament battle is up for grabs amongst these double haters, these pivotal voters, and how these candidates look, their facial expressions, how they treat one another, whether they can look through that camera and connect with American voters is going to make a big difference tonight and could very well turn the tenor of the election as we move on into these dog days of summer.
Yeah. We've watched Joe Biden's favorabilities hover from upper 30s to low 40s for a pretty long period of time here. Is there an equivalent for Donald Trump since he's not in office?
Well, we track certainly Donald Trump's favorability. He tends to be a similar, if not lower number overall. But the difference being that the size of the group who like Trump but don't like Biden is now slightly larger than the group who like Biden and don't like Trump. If you go back to 2016, when we first started to look at this dynamic between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, Clinton always maintained a slight advantage in the percentage of Americans who viewed her favorably and Trump negatively, as opposed to the opposite. So Biden right now is losing the battle of these love haters, if you will, but yet he still holds a slight advantage in the double haters. The double haters, by the way, tend to be younger. They tend to have voted Democratic in the last election by almost 20 points. So that's a group that Biden has lost. He needs to get those back. And they are ideologically, as a group, more predisposed to vote for Biden than they are Trump. Yet at the same time, they're desperately concerned about the economy. Biden also needs tonight to somehow, some way, convince these double haters and all Americans that he understands the pressures that they feel economically, and he's doing something about it. Right now, Trump has a decided advantage among Americans who feel as though he, rather than Biden, is a better economic steward.
Double haters. I feel like it'd be a great name for a punk rock band, Don. If I can just pull out here and pick a headline, maybe the most important thing that you've said so far. Donald Trump, if I heard you right, has pulled even with Joe Biden among women. If that's true, and you consider most of the bad news on abortion, if I call it bad news, potentially threatening news to Donald Trump politically when it comes to reproductive rights. We've gotten through the Supreme Court decisions at this point. Obviously, Roe is behind Donald Trump. Is that meaningful here, and how much of a problem for Joe Biden?
Well, it is a problem for Joe Biden. What in our most recent poll we found was that Biden's lead amongst women went from 16 points to only 5 points. So Trump picked up 11 points amongst women. And so it's that fight, that balance between issues like abortion and issues around the economy. Right now, women have moved to the tune of 11 points towards Trump. I think that Biden is going to wrestle with that this evening and try to remind women that he represents their rights relative to reproductive freedom. At the same time, the economy weighs on, of course, not just women, but everyone. It's the economy which seems to have pushed a greater percentage of women, not quite break even, but a greater percentage of women to now say that they would vote for Donald Trump rather than where they have historically been, more so in the Democratic column.
He's leading the conversation today across the nation ahead of this debate. Don Levy, Siena College Research Institute Director. Thank you, Don, for the primer as we get started on this debate day. This is Bloomberg.
Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Turnaround for the U.S. stock market. The S&P now higher, barely up by 1 point. We've got the Dow up 95, up 0.2%, while NASDAQ up now by 30, a gain there of 0.2%. 10-year at 4.28%, the 2-year 4.71%. Gold up $27 the ounce, higher now by 1.2%, $23.25 on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil now up 0.4%, $81.21 a barrel on WTI. After the bell today, we will be hearing from Nike. Nike shares ahead of earnings up by 0.5%. In the meantime, Walgreens Boots Alliance stock plunging. We've got Walgreens Boots Alliance down by just about 24% right now after slashing its guidance due to a worsening retail environment. It also announced it would significantly close more stores as its new CEO seeks to turn the business around. Again, Walgreens Boots Alliance now down by 24.9%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up by just about 1 point. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you, sir. Live from New York, Charlie Pallett. We'll get back to him a little bit later on this hour for an update on the markets as we focus on politics. And big news today from Washington, more rulings, more opinions being offered from the Supreme Court. Remember, we told you a 3-day tour this week. We've got another tomorrow. And by the way, they added another next week, which we'll explore in a moment because we're all waiting for this big immunity ruling, of course, on Donald Trump. But another victory for abortion rights advocates as the court today, in its opinion, makes clear, confirming it will let abortions take place in medical emergencies in Idaho, at least for the time being. Now, this sounds familiar to you because we told you about it yesterday. This is the same ruling that Bloomberg Law managed to find online that after an inadvertent post by the Supreme Court. Wasn't supposed to work that way. So this morning, they made it official, along with several other opinions released at 10 a.m., and I'm glad that June Grasso can join us from New York on another opinion day. Of course, the host of Bloomberg Law. This is like the holiday season for June and an incredibly busy time. So, June, I appreciate it. Let's start with this one. We talked about it yesterday when this thing came out of nowhere, and this is exactly what we thought it was. For the time being, the key words in this ruling. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so what the court didn't decide anything really. It just said we have, it's called a dig. They dismissed it as improvidently granted. We shouldn't have taken this case in the first place. And it was 3 to 3 to 3. And it sort of shows you the setup of the court. So the 3 liberals were on the side of letting the law go forward, the federal law, and saying that Idaho's law had to be subjected to that, superseded by the federal law. The 3 justices in the middle said, well, no, we don't agree with that. We don't agree. But this has really changed since we took this case, so we don't want to decide it now. And then the 3 super conservative justices said, well, Idaho has the right to outlaw abortions under its law, and the federal law doesn't have anything to do with that. So we saw this setup. But what really happened is it kicks it down the road. As Justice Jackson said, we punted. And she was very critical of the court, saying this leaves, as we discussed yesterday, women and doctors not knowing what the rules are, and we should have decided this. Second abortion case this term, second abortion case that they let go on procedural grounds or administrative grounds.
Yeah, you're referring to that mifepristone abortion pill ruling. Then both of those, June, are going to come back around.
They will.
Assume, right?
Yes, because in this case, the Fifth Circuit has ruled opposite from what the Ninth Circuit is expected to do. They've said that the federal law doesn't preempt Texas's state law. So that's expected to come up. Unless people remind me, if Donald Trump becomes president, then there will be a whole different way of looking at this federal emergency law for hospitals, EMTALA.
Court also curbing the SEC's ability to press complaints before in-house judges. This is the other ruling probably of most interest today to our audience here on Bloomberg. June, why should we care?
So it was a 6 to 3 decision down ideological lines. And what it says is the main enforcement tool that the SEC uses to get its judgments is that it has these administrative law judges in-house where they can do trials. And what the Supreme Court said in an opinion by the Chief Justice is, no, if you are sued by the SEC, you have the right to a jury trial. Now, defendants like a jury trial better because they have much more rights in a jury trial. You know, there are certain hearsay rules that the SEC can use in administrative law hearings. You just have more rights if you're in a federal court. And so that's good news for defendants, bad news for the SEC, and also probably bad news for a lot of other agencies. During the oral arguments, the Assistant Solicitor General said there are something like 10 other agencies that have mechanisms like the SEC's. And this is also about regulatory power. Joe, we've talked about it several times. It's going to come up again tomorrow or Monday. This is the conservative push to cut back on agency power. And if this is any indication, I think that the liberals are in trouble as far as agency power is concerned this week or next week.
Well, you're kind of answering my next question. Of course, June leads us there. This is the Chevron doctrine that's coming up, right? Does this inform the ruling on that?
You know, I think it does. I mean, it may not, because sometimes you just can't tell, and maybe some justices don't want to go as far as just throwing out the Chevron doctrine. But it does seem to indicate, and also the other ruling today, putting the Biden good neighbor policy on hold. I mean, there has been a trend to cut back on agency power. And Chevron, for those who don't know what it's basically about the power of agencies. And I like to put it simply as, do you want a judge who is not an expert in the area deciding what should happen, or do you want someone in an agency who has expertise in an area deciding what happens? And so, the more power they take away from agencies, the more power they give to the courts.
Well, and of course, if you listen to Bloomberg Law and follow June, you've been hearing about this. June's been talking about it for years, and here we are at last waiting for it. I know, right? You've been talking about this on your program. Go find the podcasts. Here we are at last on the verge of a ruling. So how's this going to play out? We've got tomorrow. They added Monday, June, but there could be more than that. How's it going to work in the next few days? We're going into July, one way or the other.
Here's my grid. I keep this grid, and I cross off when something comes in, and put down, what the ruling, the vote is. So we have 6 cases left, and 5 of them are cases that we've been following that are important. You mentioned Trump presidential immunity, the question of obstruction charges for January 6th, the Texas and Florida social media laws, homelessness. That's a big issue that's coming up, and I'm surprised that case hasn't come down. And I'm probably missing one, but
procedurally speaking, though, June, if they just added Monday, and I see the headline on the terminal that it will likely go beyond Monday, is that because the Chief Justice will, on Monday, announce Tuesday as the last day? How's it procedurally going to play out?
And by the way, Chevron was the other one. How could I forget that? So
there you go. Well, we already mentioned that. We're doing well.
Greg Storr, our intrepid Supreme Court reporter, and he says that the Chief Justice usually announces from the bench the end of the term. So we're waiting for that. It didn't happen today. He didn't say Monday will be our final day. So that means it could bleed into Tuesday. But I have to question, these opinions that we've seen today are very long. There are a lot of concurrences and things like that, but still, they haven't taken that many cases this term. It's one of the lowest number of cases they've ever taken, and yet here they are in July, and they haven't finished. It's surprising. It is.
Are they afraid to drop this immunity ruling? I mean, are we going to get this during our cookout on the 4th of July? So nobody can cover it?
I have to say that in 2 of the cases, particularly in the case, the Idaho abortion case, Justice Alito in dissent basically said that, where the majority is afraid to hand down these rulings in cases that should be simple. He's very sarcastic in what he said. And also, Ketanji Brown Jackson on the other side said, why aren't we deciding this? So why they weren't deciding that was they couldn't get 5 votes either way. So it's very strange, and I think politics does play into this. I think that's why, we got that abortion decision yesterday, so they had to come out with it almost, but it might have been something they would have held past the debates.
You mentioned the January 6th. This is the obstruction or interrupting a procedure, an official, what is it? You can tell me. Obstructing an official proceeding. That's it. That's the old Enron law, and it's a question about whether it applies to many of these January 6th rioters. Will it then apply to Donald Trump if they strike it down?
That's why there's also so much emphasis on this, and so many people are following it, because it is a charge used against Donald Trump. But his case would still go forward if it ever goes forward, depending on the immunity decision, his case would still go forward without it. But there are some January 6th defendants who were just charged with that. Most of them, though, were charged in multiple ways. So that charge would sort of be taken off their decisions. And but you know, we don't know. Maybe the court will allow that to go through. I mean, it is based on, you know, Enron and procedures with paperwork and things. But if you read it, it does seem to fit this, you know, what happened here. So I don't know about that one.
Well, we're going to find out together.
Absolutely.
She's got her clock set for 10 a.m. tomorrow, but of course, we'll first meet at 6 p.m. Bloomberg Law here on Bloomberg Radio. Great to see you, June. Thank you as always. We'll call you when something breaks. I know you'll be there for us. We always learn something when we talk to June Grosso. So the big ones, the granddaddy, of course, the immunity case has yet to emerge here, and it looks like it will wait until next week. We're going to assemble our panel next. Lot to talk about on this debate day. Pop your corn, because it's time for World and National News with Amy Morris. That's in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Joe. 4 big decisions from the Supreme Court today. You were just covering some of them. The Supreme Court rejecting a nationwide settlement with OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma that would have shielded the company's owners, the Sackler family, from civil lawsuits over the toll of opioids. It also, though, would have provided billions of dollars to combat the opioid epidemic. Now, that ruling was 5-4 with Justice Brett Kavanaugh among those dissenting. We learned more about this with Bloomberg's June Grosso.
This means that the $6 billion opioid settlement is now up in the air. The Sacklers were going to get the benefit of bankruptcy without actually personally having to file for it. So all the suits against them are going to go away in exchange for them paying this $6 billion.
Another case involving the Securities and Exchange Commission. The court has curbed the SEC's ability to press complaints before in-house judges as opposed to a jury trial. The Supreme Court ruled defendants have a right to make their case to a federal jury. And we got confirmation from the court that medical emergency abortions can proceed in Idaho, for now. The justices reinstated a federal trial court order ensuring hospitals in the state can perform emergency abortions to protect the health of the mother. Bloomberg Law yesterday obtained a copy of that opinion before it was released. And finally, the court put the Environmental Protection Agency's air pollution fighting good neighbor plan on hold while legal challenges continue. Also, just a reminder, more opinions are set to be released tomorrow, and the court added Monday to its opinion calendar. That means its term is going to be extended into late July, or rather into early July. We're going to follow all of it for you here on Bloomberg. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks higher. The bond market rose after the latest batch of economic reports reinforced speculation that the Fed will be able to cut rates this year to prevent a bigger U.S. slowdown. S&P right now up 2 points, little changed. The Dow up 59, up 0.1%, while NASDAQ is up 54, a gain of 0.3%. 10-year yield at 4.28%. The 2-year, 4.71%. Gold up 1.2%. 23.25 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%. 81.42 for a barrel of WTI. The total number of Americans collecting unemployment checks is up, reaching the highest since 2021. And with more, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Continuing unemployment claims, a proxy of the number of workers receiving jobless benefits, rose to 1.84 million in mid-June. Hiring has slowed significantly from the pandemic recovery era of widespread labor shortages. Initial jobless claims remain elevated too, running last week at 233,000, higher than last year's weekly average. The government issues the monthly employment report on June 5th. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
After earnings, Micron Technology down 6.8%. Among other chip names, NVIDIA down 1.5%. Advanced Micro Devices up 0.4%. After earnings, Levi Strauss is plunging 16.2%. After the close of trading today, we will be hearing from Nike ahead of earnings. Nike up now by 0.3%. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P little changed, up now by 1 point. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much with his eye on the markets here on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube, where you can search Bloomberg Global News to find our live feed. It's great to have you on this debate day. We've been counting down for weeks, and here we are. Atlanta, Georgia, tonight, 9 o'clock. Our special coverage starts at 8 p.m. Washington time, and I hope you'll join us. We'll have the pregame. We'll have the debate and great analysis from Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn. Remarkable takeaways here from that Siena New York Times poll we were talking to Don Levy about at the top of the hour. He's on the front page of the Times for a reason. This is the last full smash big poll before the showdown tonight. And yeah, Donald Trump is leading 3 percentage point margin when calculated before the figures are rounded here. Trump's lead with registered voters, 6 percentage points, pulling even with Joe Biden among women. With all the talk of abortion rights the past couple of months, maybe the most incredible line to come out of it, though, is an eye on the verdict. Don't tweet at me. I wasn't part of the sample. By the way, do you know anyone who has ever been called for a political poll? I digress. More than 2/3 of voters say the outcome of the criminal case, right, guilty on 34 counts, made no difference to their vote. Roughly 90% of Republicans still view Donald Trump favorably. In fact, those who said the verdict would move their vote, Republicans said the outcome would make them likelier to vote for him than oppose him by a roughly 4-1 margin. So you wonder to what extent tonight will be so pivotal. Let's assemble our panel. Rick Davis is with us, and he's in for the duration today. It's going to be a long one. Thank God he's here. Republican strategist, Bloomberg Politics contributor, and look who's back, Joel Rubin. I'm so glad you're here, Joel. Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under President Obama,
Thanks,
Democratic strategist. It's great to have you back in the fold indeed. Rick, Joe Biden is wrapping things up at Camp David right now, on his way straight from Camp David to Atlanta. What's the cocoon, what's the bubble like around him this close to the fight?
Yeah, you don't want a lot of distractions. The debate team, probably the same group of people who've been working with him all week are going to surround him on Air Force One, keep him focused on some of the lines that he's probably been working on to deliver tonight, and to try to keep him calm. I mean, I know this sounds crazy, but these candidates, even though they've had an enormous amount of experience and seem completely nonplussed in front of large crowds, they get nervous at a debate like this. And so the trick is to try and keep their racehorse calm before the opening gate starts the race.
Yeah, there won't be a lot of calm attitudes, I'm sure, at least among his staff, starting at 9 o'clock tonight. Joel, what's your take on the prep here? Republicans have been taking shots in some cases. Part of the conversation on Fox is that they're gauging dosage levels, that he's being drugged up somehow. I don't know if he got a blood transfusion. What do you make of this whole narrative around Joe Biden going into this debate?
Joe, look, they're working the refs, and it's really great to be with you and to be with Rick to talk about this. Clearly, the partisans around Donald Trump are worried. They are concerned that Joe Biden, with his experience and frankly his experience in debating Donald Trump in 2020, proves that he'll do a good job tonight, and they're worried about Trump. So they're trying to reframe it and spin it. And it's not just the pregame, it's of course the game itself during the debate. And then the next 48 to 72 hours and how people talk about it. So that's what's going on, a lot of politics around the political main event. But I totally agree with Rick. Debating, getting up on the stage, no matter how experienced these two men are, and they're about as experienced as one gets in terms of public speaking. They're both, commanders in chief, and they've done this for decades. It's still nerve-wracking. It's still the main event. They know this could be the 90-minute moment that determines who wins. So it's a big night for both of them.
Remarkable column in the Washington Post today, Rick. You may have seen it. The headline, "No, Joe Biden will not be on performance-enhancing drugs for the debate." This has been part of the narrative here, and the fact that they're actually talking to doctors about this should tell you a lot. They point to this segment on Fox Business where they're talking about Congressman Ronnie Jackson. Rick, of course, used to be the White House doctor, who said Joe Biden's been at Camp David a full week. They're probably experimenting with getting doses right, giving him medicine. He used the word medicine ahead of the debate. Enter Thomas Wisniewski, who runs the NYU Langone and Alzheimer's Disease Research Center. Nothing like that exists. Quote, "There are no medications or stimulants that can reverse a dementing process transiently. All those sorts of things can make you more alert," he says, referring to some stimulants, but actually could exacerbate their confusion. Can we assume that Joe Biden will not be on drugs tonight?
Look, I mean, I think you don't know what to assume, but I got to give a win to Donald Trump on this. He did this in 2016 with Hillary Clinton. Oh, she's taking drugs. I mean, same exact thing in 2020. Biden's on something, and all of a sudden, everyone's as if this is anything new. It's a device. It's a distraction. It plays against, these people who Donald Trump wants to just tease. Everybody takes the bait for it. The fact that we're even having this conversation tonight is insane. And by the way, what difference does it make? He's going to get judged on his performance tonight, period. Right. I mean, if he takes 2 aspirin or nothing at all, it's not going to make a difference to the American public.
I'll take a vitamin B shot right now if it gets me through the show, Joel. But we do have to remember, it's kind of ironic. Ronnie Jackson was found in a U.S. Navy Inspector General report to have been taking drugs while he was treating 2 different presidents of the United States.
It's not just ironic. It's a bit of gaslighting or a projection, perhaps. This is a guy who did work in the White House, and there were a lot of prescriptions he was giving out, too, to White House staff. So maybe he is telegraphing some of his past behavior for the public to try to distract. I think also, and we should, to Rick's point, remember, there was a period where Donald Trump kept on sniffing, and there were questions about what is he on. So look, I'm with Rick on this. This 90-minute window is going to tell us who is capable of handling the hard questions in the debate and hopefully be the next president of the United States. But to me, it also, this kind of argument implies that there's a lot of nervousness around Trump. They maybe realize that they got a little ahead of themselves in talking about how Joe Biden somehow isn't mentally capable of handling this debate and are worried that he's going to really exceed their false low expectation.
Well, just like that, we get an email from the Trump campaign. Rick was going to talk to you both about the way the campaigns are using ad dollars to frame this debate tonight. But it looks like Trump's going to be airing ads during the debate. This is going to be part of the show. One of them is called "Who's Laughing Now?" They just kicked out the ads in the summary here. We'll remind voters, I read directly from the release, that crooked Joe Biden cannot ride a bicycle climb a flight of stairs, or find his way off a stage. Is that what people care about tonight?
No, well, look, I mean, there are issues that the voters are talking about in these surveys that we've been talking about that indicate whether or not he can, really perform to the task of being president. And it's in the Times Siena poll that you were just talking about earlier in the show. So it is a problem, right? And they're doubling down on this. And it's not an issue like abortion or taxes or immigration. It's a competency issue. It's a stamina issue. And so I think it's a real issue because we know that part of the filter that voters see both of these men as is too old to serve. I was interested in that Times Siena poll. 70% say Biden's, the age issue is a big problem for them, but 40% say Trump's age issue is a problem for them. So they both carry this burden into the debate, and I'm not sure Trump's doing himself any favors by spending a lot of time on it, because if he has a senior moment tonight, all that advertising is going to look like he'd done it to himself and not to Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, Joel, it's not just Donald Trump making ads. The Biden campaign launching a 7-figure multimedia ad campaign that's going to wrap around this. You'll be on every website, every news site you can think of. A full-page ad in USA Today reads, "The choice, a convicted criminal who's looking out for himself or a president who's fighting for you." The Biden camp has pulled out, they've reserved more than $2 million worth of ads in swing states for today alone. That compares to $100,000 for Donald Trump, according to reporting in Politico. Joel, what does that tell you about the strategy here, how they view the value of an ad dollar?
Yeah, Joe, the heartbeat of this election, the decision will be made in these swing states. The Rust Belt, the Wisconsins and the Michigans and Pennsylvanias in particular. And so every opportunity to get the message out is crucial right now. And this is going to be one expensive campaign. My God, the dollars flowing out to ads are going to be unprecedented. Probably will be the most expensive one in our lifetime up till now. And I do think it's important, this framing that you just highlighted, a convicted criminal versus somebody who is competent and fighting for you. And that's going to be a repeated frame across all different issues. And I think that the Biden team is going to lean into that. And it's going to be hard to rebut. The facts are the facts. Donald Trump was convicted by a court. And for partisans on the Republican side, clearly they're upset about that. But for the broad American people, they haven't really yet been exposed to that and what that means and what that implies about having a convicted criminal serving in the Oval Office. And I think that this is where the Biden team is going to try to make that point as clear as possible and lean into it across all different issues that they're discussing in the campaign.
Rick, Donald Trump's going to Virginia tomorrow. He's going to be down in the Norfolk area, a rally with Governor Glenn Youngkin. I find this choice really interesting. You know Virginia politics as well as anyone. Is this some sort of move to the center, embrace Glenn Youngkin for the general election, or is he about to announce Glenn Youngkin as his VP?
Well, I don't know what he's going to do on the VP, and it makes sense that if he did pick Glenn Youngkin, he'd want to go to Virginia, because the campaign overall sees Virginia as a way of maybe changing the dynamic in this race. We know that Biden's most competitive states in these targeted states are the blue wall, and if he wins those and Nebraska's second district, he's president, at exactly 270 electoral votes. If for whatever reason that happens, then Donald Trump's got to find other states to put into play. And Virginia is on the top of his list to try and flip that from blue to red. And so it doesn't surprise me that he's going there. It shows a level of frustration the campaign has around the current electoral vote strategy. But there are others, too. I mean, you will see him probably hop into New Hampshire and Minnesota, two other states that the polling's close enough to at least take a shot at.
Fascinating. Joe Biden, by the way, is off to North Carolina, which is part of our swing state poll, and really interesting geographic choices, never mind choices on how to spend money here. $2 million worth of ads reserved for Joe Biden versus $100,000 for the Trump campaign. I love this panel. Rick Davis and Joel Rubin will be back with us in our second hour as we welcome our global TV audience to the conversation. Of course, Kaylee will be here, and we've got a lot more to talk about ahead on the fastest show in politics. We'll connect with David Gura at the debate site. He's already in Atlanta, ready for everything. And we'll talk to Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger. Speaking of Virginia, the Democrat who's running for governor is going to be with us here coming up soon enough on Balance of Power. Stay right here. It's only minutes away. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. You chose the right place to spend on this debate day. It's Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's their first showdown in 4 years. Welcome to the fastest show in politics on this debate day in America. President Joe Biden, former President Trump, together again tonight in Atlanta. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. And Kaylee, the stakes could not be higher for these two.
first time in history we see a current and former president debating each other, both advanced in age at 78 and 81 years old. And of course, it all going down just about 8 hours from now, beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern time, with rules that are unique to this debate. No live audience.
That's right.
And mics cut off when your time is up.
Things look pretty sleepy down in the studio right now. Bloomberg's David Gore is going to bring us inside the spin room in a moment. And we should remind everyone, we're going to have the debate right here for you with the analysts you trust here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Our special coverage starts at 8 p.m. Washington time.
But we have much coverage coming up this hour as we look ahead, including a conversation with Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger of Virginia, what she would like to see from the Democratic incumbent tonight. First, though, as always, let's get a check on the markets on this debate day. Charlie Pellet has a look up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. And right now we are looking at a U.S. stock market little changed on the S&P, up just 1 point. Been that kind of a day. We got the Dow up 76 now, up by about 0.2%. NASDAQ also in the green, up 40 now, higher by 0.2%. 10-year 4.28%. The 2 years yielding 4.71%. The world's largest bond market rose after the latest batch of economic data reinforced speculation that the Fed will be able to cut rates this year to prevent a bigger U.S. slowdown. Again, the 10-year 4.28%, 2-year 4.71%. Gold up 1.2%, $23.25 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, 81.43 for a barrel of WTI. Walgreens Boots Alliance shares are now plunging 25% after slashing its guidance due to a worsening retail environment, and announced that it would significantly close more stores as the new CEO seeks to turn the business around again. Walgreens right now down 25.2%. Rival CVS lower by 3.9%. Of course, big event after the bell today, we hear from Nike. Recapping stocks higher, S&P right now up to a gain of just under 0.1%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I am indeed Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, although all the action today, Joe, is in Atlanta, in the key swing state of Georgia.
You said it.
Which is the staging ground for a debate coming up this evening between Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Yep, starts at 9 p.m., 90 minutes on stage together. Kaylee, to your point, no audience. We've been through this. Mics will turn off when Joe Biden or Donald Trump time is up. It's not like they're going to be shutting things off in the middle of a speech, but they'll have 2 minutes to answer questions. There'll be rules, obviously, for rebuttals, and there could be some back and forth here. A lot of the action happens after the debate in the spin room. Both Joe Biden and Donald Trump will have surrogates there, and there's a massive international media presence today in Atlanta. Among them is Bloomberg's David Gore. We want to go there right now. David is in the spin room. How's it looking so far, sir?
Fairly quiet now. It is lunchtime here, and we're waiting for the arrival of the two candidates scheduled to happen a little bit later this afternoon. As you might be able to ascertain from looking at the backdrop, it is by no means not unclear who is sponsoring this debate and running it. There is CNN everywhere on every TV in this arena that I'm standing in. But, come a few hours, the floor behind me will be filled with surrogates for both of these candidates. And, of course, we'll be talking to them as this goes along. You mentioned the mics, and I was talking with Rob Portman, the former senator from Ohio, this morning, who has done a lot of work prepping candidates for debates. He worked with Mitt Romney most recently and has played a lot of Democrats in those Republican prep sessions. And we talked a bit about the microphone issue, and he brought up something interesting, which is like, yes, they will be silenced, but it's not as though Joe Biden will be unable to hear that Donald Trump is interjecting or saying something or vice versa. So I think it still stands to be something these candidates are going to have to contend with, and it might actually provide some awkward viewing if that's something that's happening where you can tell that a candidate is speaking, but you can't hear what he's saying, Joe.
Yeah, well, I think we all remember the first debate between these two in 2020 in which they were talking over each other to such an extent that you couldn't understand what either were saying. So perhaps this will be a bit of a departure from what we witnessed 4 years ago. David, of course, the lack of the live audience also a consideration here, even though Donald Trump has suggested as there will be many people who are there at the debate supporting him this evening. I'm assuming a lot of those will be in the spin room. And one of them, he suggests, is going to be his vice presidential pick. We just don't know who that is yet. So who of the contenders are expected to be there in Atlanta tonight?
J.D. Vance is supposed to be here, Tim Scott as well, the governor of North Dakota. All of those rumored to be kind of finalists for that VP job are supposed to be around here and attending a fundraising party that's going to take place coincident with the debate. And the expectation is that Donald Trump will go to that party after this. So you're right, Kaylee, he's kind of teasing the fact that this announcement could come now, tomorrow, in the next coming days, giving us that kind of level of anticipation of when might this happen. But that kind of speaks to the spectacle surrounding this event itself. And here we are in this arena on Georgia Tech's campus, kind of a stone's throw away from the CNN studios where the debate is going to be taking place. So this is occupying a large swath of geography in Atlanta, and is certainly something that's kind of drawing the attention of and preoccupying people here, whether they're just kind of having to contend with the busyness of the city in this area right now, but also all the eyes that are on Atlanta, as you say, today for this debate.
Yeah, it must be fun getting around town, I'm sure. David, the rules also allow for commercials to be run in this debate, which is very unusual when you look back at commission-run debates in a general election. There are a lot of things, I suppose, that are going to be unusual tonight. But the candidates are not allowed to confer with their staff in that time. Can you tell us more about what they are allowed to do? Do they have to stay right at the podium while ads run?
Yeah, we've heard this kind of framed in this pugilistic way. It is not like a boxing match where you can go and talk to your trainer while the commercial's happening or while in between bouts. But no, they won't be able to confer with their staffs or with their advisors during the course of that. I think they can use the bathroom while this is happening. But you speak to something that I think is fascinating and bears a further look here, kind of the role, the defeated role of that presidential debate commission. For the last 3 decades, there has been this nonpartisan group that has arranged these debates, figured out how they're going to proceed, what they're going to look like, who's going to moderate them. That group all but non-existent now, at least in the context of this campaign. We have this debate today, another one scheduled to take place in September that ABC is going to sponsor if that in fact comes to pass on September the 10th. But we have moved very far away from that moment when you had this group of kind of graybeards from politics broadly who thought about how to do this without commercials and to do it without one particular network or broadcaster having responsibility for this. So as I said at the top, CNN's imprint is all over this. This is certainly a big moment for them. And the CEO of the network has said he really admires what that first televised debate looked like back in 1960 between Kennedy and Nixon. It was pared down. It was 2 men and a moderator, and I think that's very much in the spirit of what we're going to see tonight.
All right, David Gura, Bloomberg correspondent who is live in Atlanta and will be through the duration of the events of today. Thank you so much. We got to buckle up for what is going to be a wild evening, to be sure. But as David speaks there to the idea that this debate is so different and that it's not a bipartisan commission that is conducting it as a network at CNN, who has, in the lead up to this debate, Joe, been attacked by the Trump campaign. Certainly the moderators have, attacking the format as well, even though it was agreed to by both parties, Trump and Biden, perhaps trying to lower the bar for the former president as we go into this evening.
Yeah, and no one says the former president cannot attack the moderators, and I suspect there might be a little bit of that back and forth tonight. He certainly didn't wait for things to get more than a minute into the debate a couple of years ago. So it's going to be interesting. I think to David's point, though, if this does resemble that Nixon-Kennedy debate in the studio with no audience, then it will have a massive impact on the campaign as everyone looks back on that moment as being a deciding factor for so many voters.
Yeah, and it is for that reason that the stakes this evening are incredibly high, both for the former and incumbent president. And as we look ahead to what Joe Biden needs to accomplish for Democrats at large tonight, we want to bring in Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger of Virginia, who is joining us now live from Capitol Hill. Happy debate day, Congresswoman. Always great to see you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. When we look at what Joe Biden needs to accomplish tonight, is it so much about the policy or about how he performs and speaks about it?
I think it's about the choice between 2 men who are putting themselves both forward as potential presidents again. It's a question of which former or current president do we, the United States of America, the American people, want to have at the helm of our country. And so, yes, policy will be a part of it, certainly our rights and our freedoms, certainly our continued growth of the economy. But I think what it really comes down to is, do we want to return to a time where, under the former President Trump, We had attacks on communities. We had a questionable situation on the global stage. We had a president who wanted to pull away from NATO. We had a president who was willing and aggressively move forward in pulling back people's rights from voting rights to abortion rights. Or do we want to have a president like the president we have now, President Biden, who as a person is committed to the progress of this country, growing our economy, continuing to lower unemployment, continuing our long-term recovery out of COVID, which, of course, as you all well know, is the best in the developed world, protecting the rights and the freedoms of our fellow Americans, and importantly to me, as a former CIA officer and someone with a background in national security, protecting the role of American leadership on the global stage.
Well, that's a big picture view, Congresswoman. Your view from Virginia's 7th Congressional District is so important because you straddle such a wide swath of ages and demographics. A lot of people say that inflation is the #1 issue in this race. That's what people are talking about. But you just gave us a 30,000-foot view that gives us a choice on the approach to democracy, on big picture themes. What do the people of Virginia then want to hear tonight?
It's about the approach of how we fix problems. Certainly across Virginia, across the 7th District, the issue of costs in the grocery store continues to be an important one that I hear about all the time. And so it's a question of whose approach, whose policies, who's committed to the American people and to working to continue to lower costs, to working to continue to decrease inflation, ensure that more people can buy a home or have an affordable rent. More people can have the ability to move between jobs because not only is unemployment low, but options and good jobs are there and available to them. And notably, people can care about multiple things at one time. And so, yes, across the board, I hear about the issues of cost. I hear about the challenges that people are facing in our economy, and small business owners. Low unemployment's good, but there's still challenges for small business owners trying to find workers, right? There's always, even when the news is good, there's challenges for some folks. And so the question becomes, what are the issues that are most important to voters? Certainly costs among them, but also it's about approach. It's about which president, and right now we have, a current and a former, is going to do the good work, the important work of moving us forward on the issues that matter to people. And certainly, we hear a lot of talk about issues of freedom, and particularly abortion rights and access to IVF and contraception, because across my district and across Virginia, there are many people who care about more than one thing. And so certainly we need a president in this 2024 election who is focused on addressing all of the concerns that people have, recognizing those that have the greatest immediacy, certainly, but also recognizing that, yes, part of this is about approach, how someone seeks to govern and how someone seeks to lead.
Well, Congresswoman, you have brought up the issue of abortion rights a few times already in this conversation. We, of course, got news on that today from the Supreme Court, which at least for now is allowing emergency access to abortion to continue in Idaho, even if this ruling is more on procedural grounds than actually on the merits of the case. But this is now the second time, as we are at the end of this court's term, that they have ruled in favor of protecting, at least for the time being, abortion rights. How should that change Joe Biden's messaging around that issue tonight?
Well, I think it's important to understand what the ruling or this discussion is actually even about. The question is about whether EMTALA, right, a law put in place under President Reagan to ensure that someone who walks into a hospital with a life-threatening illness would be able to get the health care access that they need. The decision today is whether or not, when a woman walks into a hospital potentially facing a life-threatening complication to her pregnancy, whether it is appropriate and required or not against the law for a medical doctor to save her life. This wasn't a ruling that codifies abortion access. This isn't a ruling that does anything to advance the rights of women. This is a ruling that, say, doctors can't look at a woman and say, you must die because of our state law. And so I don't think that it should change much of Joe Biden's, President Biden's positioning in the discussion of the debate. In fact, if anything, I think it will make clear that we are one court decision away potentially from a doctor being able to look at a dying woman and saying, I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Well, it's not lost on us, Congresswoman, that Donald Trump is going to make a beeline for your state after the debate tonight. He's on his way to Chesapeake, Virginia. He'll be speaking in that Norfolk area, an awfully important area for electoral votes, with Governor Glenn Youngkin. Virginia is coming to play a fascinating role in this campaign as maybe the purplest of states. I don't know how you'd describe it, Congresswoman, but what does it tell you that Donald Trump is going to Virginia to give Glenn Youngkin a hug tomorrow?
So I think Virginia is a wonderful place and everyone should visit. So I certainly don't fault the former president to wanting to come to our great Commonwealth. But notably, more of the question is why it is that our governor, who has previously never welcomed the president and in fact left the state the last time President Trump came to Virginia, is now going to be there to, as you say, give him a hug.
Well, Congresswoman, it, though, just speaks more widely to this idea that the Trump campaign has been espousing, that polling suggests they are competitive in the state of Virginia. They actually think that they could win it. Does Joe Biden need to be spending more time there himself? Should he add a list to the swing states he has been visiting frequently since Super Tuesday?
So President Biden spends a fair amount of time in Virginia. He was in Virginia just maybe the month before last. Certainly we have an incredible team on the ground working for the Biden campaign. And, certainly our own Senator Tim Kaine is up for re-election this year and barnstorming across the state, as are so many of our elected folks working in roles as surrogates. So I certainly, welcome President Biden to come to Virginia, but Virginia is not going to go for former President Trump in this election. I feel quite certain saying that.
Congresswoman, with your background in national security and intelligence and from your perch on the Intelligence Committee, I wonder your thoughts as we watch Evan Gershkovich's trial begin in Russia this week. It's a story we were talking about quite a bit earlier in the week. Yesterday was the start of that trial. What would a President Trump mean for his detention?
First, I want to just begin by recognizing the incredible sacrifices that members of the media, particularly those who travel to tell stories into countries where the media is not just disrespected, but is targeted and is arrested and is imprisoned, as we have seen in this case in Russia. I think that it would be deeply worrisome from my perspective, but I think it's one that is far more broadly held. If former President Trump were to again enter the White House for two reasons. One, he has always taken the side of Vladimir Putin over our own intelligence agencies, over our own experts. He has spoken in defense of an authoritarian regime. And notably, he at home has done a great deal to degrade, to demean, and to target the press and the media for doing the job that is theirs to do. They are supposed to be critical of us, elected leaders. You all are supposed to hold us to account. And so I think a president who seeks to be more like a Putin here at home would do very, very little to defend an American who in pursuit of telling the truth, in pursuit of reporting back, is
Congresswoman,
now...
thank you. Abigail Spanberger with The View from Virginia. This is Bloomberg.
121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index is fluctuating right around 5480. Little changed right now ahead of tomorrow morning's release of the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, the PCE. S&P right now up by 0.5 point. The Dow up 77, up 0.2%, while NASDAQ is up 35, a gain of 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.27%. The 2-year is now yielding 4.71%. Spot gold up $28 the ounce, up 1.2%, $23.26. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%, $81.40 for a barrel of WTI. Shares of International Paper are plunging after Brazilian pulp producer Suzano said it would end its pursuit of the American paper giant. Suzano said it was never able to draw International Paper into serious engagement and is not willing to increase its offer further. IP shares, they're down by 8.6%. Coming up after the close of trading, we hear from Nike. Nike up by 0.3%. Recapping, S&P now higher by 2 points, a little change. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Limes.
All right, we're taking you from New York with Charlie Pellet to here in Washington with me and Joe, down to Atlanta today as we preview, less than 8 hours from now, the first presidential debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. It is an incredibly high-stakes evening for both campaigns, and it's worth noting this will be Donald Trump back in Georgia after getting indicted in that state many months ago. Joe, of course, there is not the prevailing thinking right now that he will end up going to trial in that racketeering case that was brought against him there. But of course, this is going to be an appearance by the former president after being a convicted felon in a separate criminal case in New York. The thing is, polling out within the last 24 hours suggests that that conviction doesn't matter much at all as we head into the season.
Isn't this something we've heard this anecdotally? Sienna puts numbers on it today. In front of the New York Times, we talked to Don Levy about it earlier in the program. More than 2/3 of voters in this poll, first time Sienna polls since the trial ended, say the outcome of his criminal case made no difference to their vote. 2/3. In fact, some Republicans were more likely to support him. It's different than conventional wisdom might suggest. Another interesting number I'll throw at you. Quinnipiac. You wonder who the heck's going to watch this thing tonight? 7 in 10 registered voters say they will be watching, which would make this among the highest rated things to ever happen on television. Of course, we'll have it here for you on Bloomberg. Let's assemble our panel. As Kaylee said, we've put together a great one for you today. Rick Davis is with us, Republican strategist. Of course, Bloomberg Politics contributor, joined by Joel Rubin, a Democratic strategist, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State of the Obama administration. It's great to see both of you here. Rick, you've prepared candidates for debates just like this one. Obviously, they're presumptive nominees in this case. It's a little different. It's coming pretty early. But the stakes are arguably higher. If there's an audience like this Quinnipiac poll suggests, 7 in 10, we cannot underscore the impact this could have on the campaign. How are you looking at it?
Yeah, I think that this was a real gamble. I think to forego the Commission on Debates and try this, one CNN debate as a test to see whether or not people would tune in. Certainly the polling data indicates that they likely will. And we know that historically high debates are like 84 million people tuning into view. And that will be dwarfed, I'm sure, by the follow-on social media clips that people will view that happened the night before. So I think we can rest assured, based on what we know today, this is going to be something that voters are looking into because they're curious about what's going on with these two guys. 45 versus 46. Two presidents have never debated like this in a modern era. And so it's the kind of thing I think is as much a curiosity as it is a determining factor, because the reality is the country is divided very equally. And we're really talking about a few percentage points that are really up for grabs right now. And those are the folks that probably have the greatest stake in watching this debate.
Yeah, we're talking about a race divided by a few percentage points. If the latest polling is to believe New York Times, Sienna has the spread between Trump and Biden 3 points. Trump, of course, is leading. His lead is even greater with registered voters. Something else interesting, though, in this poll, Joel, is that only 72% of voters who said they voted for Biden 4 years ago approve of the job he is doing as president. This is 90% of Republicans say they view Donald Trump favorably. It does seem that Trump has had much more success in consolidating his base of support than Joe Biden at this point. How does he reassemble the 2020 coalition this time around? How can he advance that effort further tonight?
Kayleigh, this is the question that the campaign is grappling with every day, and it's the kind of discussion that I feel very confident that they're going to be able to execute in terms of making the case. Look, Joe Biden has been running the country for the last 3.5 years. Donald Trump has been in and out of court and spending a lot of time on social media and doing things to get his base fired up. He did lose, you should say, 20% on a consistent basis in the recent primary. So I'm not sure about that 90%. But President Biden, he likes to say that don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative. And the alternative will be on full display tonight. And that's going to really remind Democrats who, we're kind of a little bit behind the motivation factor when we see our guy in the White House. It's going to remind us about what's at stake in this election. And a lot is at stake. Fundamental freedoms for women, for LGBTQ Americans, a question of competence, a question of integrity, all of these issues that motivated Democrats in 2020, they're going to come right back to the fore. And I think you're going to see a real big jump in that motivation going forward from tonight.
Rick, these two gentlemen are going to be in people's living rooms tonight, if at least this goes well. That's what they're hoping for. We keep talking about temper and flare-ups, people acting crazy. To the extent that you've spent time with candidates, experienced the nerves that preceded an event like this, how important is a sense of humor?
Oh, I think it's critical, at least just to cut the very stiff air that exists, especially right before the debate. I mean, I like to put myself, in the timetable. And tonight, both these candidates are going to sit down with a very select group of people to have dinner. It's late enough in this debate; they're going to want to eat first. And the most important thing that I've found in the past, whether it was for John McCain or George Bush or Bob Dole or any of these candidates that had big debates in their lifetime, was to break the sort of tension in the room and have some fun. I remember when Lindsey Graham showed up at a presidential debate wearing a John McCain rubber mask and, basically went on to pretend to be in the debate tonight and told John that, look, if there was anything going wrong with him, he'd be happy to step in with the rubber mask that night. And so, you just got to have somebody just change the topic a little bit to get these guys relaxed. Because as we've talked, it's a tense moment for anybody. And this is one that will be tense for both Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
So it'll be tense just as all presidential debates are, but as we've mentioned, there are many things that are making this particular presidential debate different. Not only the commission's lack of involvement, but the rules of engagement here with the cutting off of microphones, with the lack of a live audience, also with the fact that it's taking place in not only a swing state, but a state in which one of the candidates on the stage has been indicted on multiple felonies in the case related to 2020 election subversion, the racketeering case that was brought against Trump and many other defendants. Of course, what went down in Georgia has made Donald Trump a few enemies even within his own party, or at least those who aren't eager to vote for him, including the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, who had this to say on CNN last night.
In the Georgia primary, I didn't vote for anybody. I voted, but I didn't vote for anybody. The race was already over when the primary got here.
But you didn't vote for Donald Trump?
I didn't vote for anybody.
Why not?
Because the race is over with.
He didn't vote for anyone. Okay. But he decidedly did not vote for Donald Trump. Joel, I would love to have you weigh in on this, considering what happened in Georgia in 2020, everything in the aftermath, how we should be thinking about the state of Georgia for Trump and Biden in 2024.
Yeah, Kayleigh, I mean, I think Donald Trump's already been fingerprinted down in Georgia, so maybe he doesn't have to worry about getting hauled in again. Look, what Brian Kemp, the governor, who won convincingly against a Donald Trump endorsement or tax, I should say, he basically demonstrated the lingering resentment within Republican leadership and within many Republicans around the country towards Donald Trump's actions in that election. And look, he's not alone. Many people who closely advised and worked for Donald Trump up to his vice president, have said he's not fit for office, have said he should never be near the Oval Office again, have said that he tried to overthrow democracy. The Secretary of Defense who served for him, Mark Esper, said that he tried to use or wanted to use the military to overturn the election results. So I'm glad that Brian Kemp is loyal to the American Constitution. I think that Americans will see President Biden is loyal to the American Constitution. I'm confident that the moderators will ask about whether or not Donald Trump will accept the results. And he, when asked in 2020, basically said no and implied that he was going to have the Proud Boys, the white supremacist group, take action if necessary. And this is a man, one last thing I should mention, who said that he would only be a dictator on day one. Those are the kinds of, if he wins again, those are the kinds of stakes that we're looking at. Brian Kemp didn't like it that President Trump tried to undermine the will of his voters in Georgia and steal that election, and clearly that has not been repaired.
Something tells me you'll hear that line tonight. Rick, we've only got a minute left. What do you tell your candidate about how to deal with the moderator, or in tonight's case, the moderators?
Well, they're going to have two totally different approaches tonight, right? Joe Biden is going to be very solicitous of the moderators. He's going to ask for extra, like, did I use up all my time? Can I? He's like a Boy Scout. He wants to play by the rules, and that's what we saw in the two debates before with Donald Trump. Donald Trump will abuse the moderators. He'll look for every opportunity to make the case that this is 3-on-1, and throughout the MAGA world, this debate is not a debate between him and Joe Biden, but him against Joe Biden and the two CNN moderators. And so he'll make good use of them as a foil. And I think that that's part of the temperament issue that he's got to judge, is to, just how negative is he going to come out. But, he'll definitely treat them differently than Joe Biden's going to.
All right, Rick Davis, Bloomberg politics contributor and Republican strategist, and Joel Rubin, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under President Obama and Democratic strategist. Thank you both so much for joining us on this debate day. Now let's get a check on world and national news. Amy Morris has that for us in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. 4 big rulings from the Supreme Court today. The Supreme Court stripped the Securities and Exchange Commission of a major tool in fighting securities fraud, ruling that people accused by the SEC have the right to a jury trial in federal court. The court says the in-house proceedings the SEC has used violate the Constitution. The Supreme Court also rejected a nationwide settlement with OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma that would have shielded Sackler family members who owned the company from civil lawsuits over the toll of opioids, but also would have provided billions of dollars to combat the epidemic. Also, confirmation from the court that medical emergency abortions can proceed in Idaho for now. The justices reinstated a federal court order ensuring hospitals in the state can perform emergency abortions to protect the health of the mother. This after Bloomberg Law obtained a copy of the opinion yesterday. Now, more opinions are to be released tomorrow, and the court has just added Monday to its opinion calendar. The term will be extended into July. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got the S&P 500 index continuing to trade right around the 54.80 mark. 54.84 right now, up by about 0.1%, higher by 6 points. The Dow up 106, up 0.3%, while NASDAQ is up 63, a gain there of 0.4%. 10-year yield at 4.27%, with a 2-year that's now yielding 4.71%. Spot gold up 1.2%, 23.26 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, 81.50 for a barrel of WTI crude. Micron Technology shares down 6.1% after earnings. Its forecast disappointed investors seeking a bigger payoff from artificial intelligence mania. Among other chip names, AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, up by 0.9%, and shares of NVIDIA down now by just about 1.1%. Levi Strauss, after earnings, plunging today. We do have shares of Levi Strauss down 16.7%. And after the close of trading, we'll be hearing from Nike, and stock up now by 0.2%. So again, recapping, S&P little change now, up 0.1%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Charlie Pellet, thank you. Welcome to the fastest show in politics here on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power, and we're live from Washington with an eye on Atlanta. Kaylee, the big game starts tonight. The debate at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Our special coverage will start at 8. But the president is on his way there now. He's left Camp David on his way to Atlanta. Donald Trump and Joe Biden on stage for the first time in 4 years in the Siena College poll we've been talking about with the New York Times, with a remarkable statistic. Rick Davis mentioned it a short time ago. 60% of registered voters think Mr. Trump will perform very or somewhat well in the matchup. 46% the same about Joe Biden. So that's where the bar is set for the many people at home tonight.
Yeah, and arguably Donald Trump had a hand in setting that bar low for Joe Biden, as he had repeatedly challenged him to debate him anytime, anywhere, any place. Now seems to be trying to lower the bar for himself in return, talking about how the moderators and CNN, which of course is the network hosting the debate, could be rigged against him. But what it all speaks to, Joe, is that the stakes tonight are incredibly high. Who is perceived to have the better performance potentially could get ahead in an election that we know is going to be incredibly close and potentially incredibly volatile, and that's why markets will be watching it very carefully, especially if we get specific policy outlined by these candidates tonight. So here with a closer look at what's at stake for the markets and how markets are positioned ahead of tonight's event is Bloomberg Markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle, who is joining us now from New York. So, Abigail, where are we likely to see the market reaction depending on how tonight goes?
What's really interesting, Kaylee, right now relative to current markets, we're not seeing too much of a reaction at all. And this is interesting only because something that we know about markets investors, they love certainty. Another way of saying that is that markets hate uncertainty. And we clearly have this big unknown in November. So if we go out to October and November, there the uncertainty, the fear is showing. And that's showing in something called the VIX. That's an index that measures volatility of the markets. It is heightened right now at a 17 to 18 level. But right now, going into this debate, it's at a 12. We have Bitcoin that's seen as another tell on volatility, risk on, risk off. It's above an important support level, above 60. So going into the debate, investors seem relatively calm. But as you mentioned, anything is possible. You were talking with Joe about the idea that former President Donald Trump, that folks out there in the world, 60% think that he might have a better performance. But the truth of the matter is we really don't know. I mean, maybe that mute button saves him in some ways because he is a little bit of a wild card. There is, of course, fear that President Biden may have some problems around coherency and that sort of thing. But if it turns into a make or break moment for either of these presidential candidates, it means that the relatively narrow gap, 5 to 6% with former President Trump in the lead, could widen. Now, on the one hand, you would think that would provide certainty, but I think in this particular election year, I think that any sort of big volatile moment tonight, that's going to probably bring that VIX and volatility expectations even higher.
Well, it'd be incredible to put numbers on it. And I'm always compelled by the conventional wisdom, Abigail, that the Republican, in this case, Donald Trump, is better for the markets than the Democrat here, Joe Biden, who's seen, more than 30 all-time highs for the S&P 500 this year. The fact is, when you look at history, it shows us the markets, by a small margin, but the markets actually tend to outperform under Democratic administrations. Does Wall Street care about history in this case?
It's interesting you're saying that, because I was about to mention that typically the markets do, and again, by a small margin, outperform under Democratic presidents. You know, something to think about here is it's not just the presidential election in the fall. It's also going to be the narrowly controlled Senate by the Democrats right now, and the Republicans have that narrow lead in the House. What investors would really like to see is one party controlling all. You and Kayleigh were mentioning the possibility of policy changes. Something that's really up for grabs is tax policy. We simply don't have enough information right now, but the Tax Cut and Jobs Act that was passed back in 2017, it expires next year. If it expires and nothing new is put in, corporate tax rates could go up to 35%. I believe that the Democrats, that the Biden administration has even floated the idea of a 28% hike on the expiration. The Republicans looking at something like 15%. Interestingly, and this may in some way support the idea that investors do like President Trump, former President Trump, just a bit better. The most highly taxed on an absolute basis companies, they're doing just fine this year, and frankly for a couple of years. Apple, Berkshire Hathaway, Microsoft, and Exxon. It's also, of course, we have DJT, Donald Trump's own personal stock in a way of his media company, up 40% this week. So that seems to support some of the statistics that the both of you are talking about.
This is great. Great setup. Abigail, thank you. Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg Markets correspondent with us live from New York. As we carry on from Washington with Balance of Power and add the voice of Andy Blocker. Been looking forward to this conversation from Invesco, where he's Global Head of Public Policy and Strategic Partnerships. Andy, welcome to the table. It's great to see you today. I suspect you've got your watch party. What do you make of this, though? What do the markets, what does the so-called investor, of course not a monolith, think of this Democrat and this Republican tonight? Is it a wash for Wall Street?
Well, I think generally speaking, it is more of a wash. If you look at it from a macro perspective, I mean, we've got a report out that basically says it doesn't make a difference. Do not do your investing based on who's president, or Republican or Democrat. So we did a study that showed, for the last 100 years, if you just only were invested with Republicans, you would be this much. Only Democrats, this much. Stay invested, this much. So the question is where you're invested, not whether you're invested.
Okay, but there's arguably a few things that could change that, depending on who is president. For example, Donald Trump has floated the idea of tariffing everything coming from China at a 60% rate, which everyone we've spoken to, economists and otherwise, have suggested effectively cuts off the trading relationship between the two largest economies in the world. Wouldn't that fundamentally shift what the investment outlook looks like when we're talking about policy this extreme?
So that goes to what I said, it's specifically where you're invested and what. So tariffs are inflationary. So 60% with China will be inflationary. The 10% across the board for every country will be inflationary. But we really, in the markets right now, are looking at it as an opening bid. We don't really think that any of these tariffs are going to be implemented at that level. They may be implemented less, depending on what country, but he's going to do things country by country and see what we can get for that. Hey, you want your 10%, or do you want to give us something over here that we want? Same thing with China. So I think to the extent that it becomes more real, that we believe 60% would actually be implemented, that would have a major impact on the market, especially in the early days. So you're going to see a lot of volatility in the beginning, and it could have an impact until it settles out.
It's a great old saying on Wall Street, gridlock is good when it comes to Washington. I wonder, are investors less concerned about whether it's a D or an R in the White House, but more concerned that there's balance of power on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue?
Joe, I think that's a great point. I think we love split government in the markets because it really lowers the bid-ask spread of how far left or right you can go. It keeps you in the center until you get things there where there's a consensus, and that's where it's more predictable for us, and it leads us out from major policy changes.
Okay, so arguably, what we're all expecting, at least at this time, it seems that you're looking at a Senate that may flip red, a House that has the potential to flip blue, which means 2025, from a tax policy perspective, could get really, really messy because, as Abigail was just talking about, the 2017 tax cuts, at least a large part of them, are going to expire this year, potentially could impact the economic outlook if they do so. If they're held, obviously that has implications for the deficit and the long-term trajectory of that. How do you look at the short-term versus long-term effects of those kind of decisions?
So, Kayleigh, that's the question. In a split government, how do they negotiate that out? I think if it's a Biden presidency, because the individual tax cuts expire, he's going to have a little bit of leverage to get some of what he wants from a split Congress. For Trump, I think his ambitions of lowering everything may go away. So I think if you're looking at Biden's proposals, I think 400,000 and above, you're gonna pay more taxes. The question is what? Under 400,000, I think it'd be protected. Corporate tax, that's going to be a negotiation. I don't think they're going to go up to the 28% that Biden wants to. You may have to compromise on that. So from our perspective, the tax policy, I think, is going to be somewhere in the middle. You're not going to. We think split government is where we're headed. Now, if we don't have split government, that's where it gets very interesting.
Yeah, that's when things can actually change. I know you're not a market strategist, you're a policy guy. Yes. But with that said, when you back off and look at the markets, the last couple of presidencies and maybe where they're going here, are both of these guys lucky to be here? When we look at this period of time, we're in a generational rally, a generational advance in the stock market. It's not a bad time to be here and take credit for it, is it?
No, you're absolutely right. And I hope we're not just lucky to be here. I hope it continues.
You're here.
But no, I think the markets have really been resilient, regardless of what the policies have been. There may be volatility at times to adjust to what the new norm is, but new innovation. U.S. is driving most of that with our innovative entrepreneurial spirit.
So the U.S. may have the companies and the innovation and be, leading in terms of equity markets around the world, but the U.S. also historically is just a leader in the world in terms of democracy. And Joe Biden is very much trying to make this election about the future of that democracy and the way that the U.S. is going to be able to lead other democracies in the future. How should we think about the geopolitical element to what will go down tonight, what we'll hear from these candidates, but what this election means for the United States' standing in the global order?
So I think when I talk to clients in Asia or Europe, there's a much more acute concern about that. In the U.S., it's split. I mean, if you look at the polling, just as many people who favor Trump are concerned about Biden's effect on democracy as the other way around. But overseas, it's really tilted towards the concern about the ongoing democratic state and leading the world amongst our allies. So, look, I think clearly amongst our allies, I think there's a preference for Biden. But in the U.S., I think when we looked at it, we really didn't see a difference with respect to Trump may be more radical in his talking, but you kind of end up closer together with respect to policy. If I talk about tail risk, that's a whole other thing. But we're looking at the most likely risks at this time.
This is a real reality check, with a lot of the wild stuff that you hear in anticipation of a change in power. The market view is important to us. Does it become potentially more volatile or a higher risk, for instance, for commodities? You talk about oil prices, metals, copper, some of the things that we do see sometimes turn on a dime.
No, it does. But what we found is that, in our report that we released on the impact of the policies on the markets, the interesting thing we saw was that with Biden, oil companies did great. But under Trump, alternative fuels did great. And partly that's because of other externalities. So you had the Russia-Ukraine war.
Sure.
That's why those companies, oil companies, did well under Biden. So you have to mix it in with other things that are impacting the market. So it's not just all policy, even though policy is a factor.
Well, speaking of other things that are impacting the market, obviously Fed policy could be hugely consequential, not just in terms of potentially helping decide the outcome of this election, whether or not we get a rate cut, but also what happens to the independence of the Federal Reserve after the fact. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump and Biden both got a question about the Fed in the debate tonight, potentially. How should we be considering whose president might influence the trajectory of monetary policy going forward?
So, look, I think if it's Biden, I think it's steady state, at least on the surface, allow them to be independent, even though you may be trying to influence in other ways. Whereas Trump is going to be pretty straightforward. He's going to be pretty aggressive. He's said that he's going to, change the way that works. But he'll definitely browbeat the Fed chair if he's there, which can, potentially lower rates faster than they otherwise would come down.
All right, Andy Blocker, Global Head of Public Policy and Strategic Partnerships at Invesco. Thank you so much for joining us here in our Washington, D.C. studio on what is Debate Day. It's like a holiday down here.
Yeah, it's Christmas morning
in Washington. We've all been waiting for this, and certainly they're waiting for this as well up in New York, where Bloomberg Business Week is about to start with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic. Happy debate day to you guys as well.
Yeah, really remarkable, right? You guys, I don't know. We were just talking about who set their, DVR. We're all going to be watching because I think it's really important.
I'll be honest.
How can you not watch?
I'm going to watch. Of course I'm going to watch.
We're going to talk about that. He says so now.
Some things need to be consumed live, like Bloomberg Business Week. Am I wrong? It's coming up next. We'll meet you back here at 5 o'clock Washington time, only on Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic. on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on Bloomberg Radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic. Let's get to the setup on this Thursday, June 27th. And Tim, we had a big batch of economic news here in the U.S.
Yeah, sending bonds higher, investors feeling more confident that the Fed will cut rates this year. That is certainly top of mind for us, but we got a lot on our radar this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a busy Thursday. Of course, the November U.S. presidential race, it is definitely on. The presumptive Republican-Democratic candidates getting ready to go head-to-head this evening. We're going to get into that in just a moment.
Hey, have you seen Micron shares? They're just dropping today. They're dipping after not living up. We're going to check in with our analyst who will give us everything we need to know about what's going on with Micron.
Yeah, and folks, we've got the video exclusively of the Southern California raid of suspected goods bound for Amazon. Our Spencer Soper on that story. We'll get to him a little bit later on this hour.
And another read on the consumer via summer travel. We're going to be speaking with the Priceline CEO in just a few minutes.
It's also a big weekend for Kevin Costner. We'll explain. This is one of our most read stories on the Bloomberg. We'll get to that in just a moment. First up, though, a check on the trade and your top business stories. Here is Charlie Pellet.
S&P 500 index just turning negative. Right now it is down by 1 point. Truth be told, little changed on the day and hovering right around 54.80, 54.74 right now on the S&P, down by about 0.1%. We got the Dow up 26 now, up by about 0.1%, while NASDAQ is higher by 26 points, a gain right now of just about 0.1%. The world's largest bond market rose after the latest batch of economic reports reinforced speculation that the Fed will be able to cut rates this year to prevent a bigger U.S. slowdown. Of course, we've got more on the Fed, more on what's going on with the economic data with our Michael McKee coming up in just a moment right here on Bloomberg Business Week. 10-year, 4.28%. The 2-year, 4.71%. Spot gold down up 1.1%, 23.24 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil right now up 0.8%, 81.54 a barrel. Carol mentioned Micron Technology. Micron shares down now by 5.9% after its forecast disappointed investors. Among other chip names, NVIDIA down 1.6%. Advanced Micro Devices up now by about 0.8%. Levi Strauss plunging after earnings, down now by 16.5%. And of course, after the closing bell, we will be hearing from Nike. Nike shares unchanged right now, 94.05. Yes, Bloomberg Television and Radio are going to be all over Nike when that number drops shortly after 4 o'clock Wall Street time. So recapping, S&P down 3, now down less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're up to date on the markets. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Well, it's a face-off of the first kind, a current president debating a former president, and it all happens this evening. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump meeting for their first 2024 debate. The CNN presidential debate happening tonight in Atlanta in what is a somewhat unusual format, Tim.
Yeah, we should note that Bloomberg Radio and Television will have live coverage of the debate anchored by Joe Matthew and Kayla Lyons starting at 8 p.m. Wall Street time. Right now, though, we go to Bloomberg's David Gura. He's a big part of that coverage. He's Bloomberg News correspondent, also host of the Big Take podcast. He's at the venue right now for the CNN presidential debate. David, first up, this is an unusual debate. No audience. The mics can get cut. 90 minutes. Tell us about this unusual format here.
Yeah, I think that the most unusual thing is when it's happening. So we haven't had the Democratic convention. We haven't had the Republican convention. This is happening very early in we've had in many cycles past. And as you mentioned, Tim, there are all of these facets to how that debate is going to be conducted that are new and different. Principally, there isn't going to be an audience in the room. I'm in the spin room, which is removed from where that debate's going to take place in CNN studios. So it will fill up as the afternoon unfolds and we get into the evening. We'll get surrogates from the candidates here as well. But I think that the biggest question we have is how these two candidates react to not having an audience there to applaud or react or cheer, whatever it might be. It is just going to be a dramatically different kind of format than we've seen in recent cycles, recent presidential election cycles, guys.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I do wonder, David, is there any analysis on which president has the most at stake here? There's been a lot of conversation about it's not only what President Biden may say, but how he says it. His delivery, I think for former President Donald Trump, I think folks are saying, how does he do in terms of, what's the guardrails for him in someone who is often kind of over the top, if you will? So what's some of the analysis around that?
social science or statistics? Yeah, I mean, it'll be really fascinating just to see these two candidates on stage together, individually and together, and how they interact with the moderators of this debate as well. But we know that Donald Trump likes to do big rallies in front of big crowds. He feeds off of those crowds. I'll say that President Biden is also a practiced politician, somebody who's spoken to big crowds before, so it'll be interesting to see sort of how he deals with that. I was talking with a Democratic strategist this morning who said, you know, in all of the prep that he's done with presidential candidates before, this may actually eliminate some of the stress, not having to worry about the audience. He said that customarily, you might go to Camp David or another place to prepare for a debate, there would be an audience for those 90-minute preparation rounds. Not having that kind of takes away some of the pressure, not having to think about sort of what that reaction is going to be. But again, I think that coming into this, the first few minutes of this are just going to be, I think, the audience, which is supposed to be sizable, sizing up how these candidates look and how they act in this medium.
Hey, David, give us an idea of the types of topics that might come up at tonight's debate, what we think that the president and former president have prepared for at this point.
The fact that there is no studio audience, something I think... Yeah, so they've prepared in radically different ways. I was talking about kind of traditional debate preparation. Joe Biden has been at Camp David outside of Washington, D.C., meeting with his advisors, as we understand it, kind of running through mock debates. Donald Trump hasn't been doing that. He's been giving speeches and going to rallies and kind of workshopping material that he might use, all the while talking to his advisors in a more casual fashion. Look, we know that the economy is likely to come up. Foreign policy is likely to come up. Abortion and abortion rights is likely to come up here as well. I think we're going to see kind of in this 90-minute format a lot of bombast, I think, is to be expected. Again, a lot of attention is going to be paid to the style of the debate. I think there will be kind of flints of substance that come up as well. And I think for each of these candidates' campaigns, they want to have some elements of that come through. Again, that Democratic strategist I spoke with said, in this day and age, having that moment that can go viral or be disseminated on TikTok or Instagram or Twitter, still hugely important. And so these candidates will both be kind of guided toward, in the run-up to this debate, thinking about moments like that when they can very coherently and succinctly say something that might catch fire on social media and might be something that can galvanize both supporters and that very slim part of the population that's undecided here as we go into the election.
You know, David, as you said, it's unusual because of the timing. It's early, right, before the official nominations, if you will, of either Joe Biden or Donald Trump for their party's nomination. Having said that, because it's early, what's likely to be the lasting impact of this?
I think this is a moment when the campaign could reset or change. There's been kind of a degree of stasis in this campaign for a very long time. Of course, most of these candidates are not yet the official candidates for their parties. That will happen at these conventions a little bit later this summer. But the thinking is, I think, that by having this debate, there's a moment of reset, a moment to kind of recapture what the message of each of these campaigns is, kind of signal to the American public that the campaign is entering another stage, kind of end some of that stasis we've seen. So I think that's the most lasting impact we've seen. I mean, there's supposed to be another debate in September after those conventions on September the 10th. ABC is supposed to be running that. Who knows if that'll happen? That's what's on the books right now. But I think that what makes this moment so pivotal is it is a moment when they're both on stage together, and it's something that we haven't seen since 2020.
I guess my question, David, really has to do with what the scene is like down there, given that there is no audience in the debate tonight. What's it just like being at the event right now, and sort of describe what you're seeing and how they're setting it up?
Yeah, so we're in the basketball arena at Georgia Tech, and it has been entirely decorated by CNN. So there is no doubt as you look around who's sponsoring this event. The CNN logo in all its permutations is everywhere, and they're pumping in CNN. You can hear it on the loudspeakers as well from time to time. But you walk around the concourse here at the arena, and you see journalists from all over the world who've gathered here, folks here doing TV, but print and radio, and there are more people outside this arena as well. And then, a funny facet of this is the studio, as I said, is not here. We're not in it. That's going to be farther removed. So it occupies a really broad amount of geography. And I said behind me a little bit later, the surrogates are going to show up for these campaigns. They also kind of have fundraising obligations here in Atlanta as well. There's supposed to be a party tonight that the former president will go to with some of the finalists, as he's called them, for this VP position. President Biden likely to go to a party after this as well, where people are watching that and contributing to his campaign too. So it is I wouldn't say subsuming, but consuming a lot of attention here in Atlanta.
All right. Well, looking forward to more of the coverage later this evening. David, thank you so much. So appreciate it. David Gora, he's Bloomberg News correspondent, host of the Big Take podcast here at Bloomberg. He will be at the CNN presidential debate. Bloomberg Radio and TV also going to have live coverage of the debate anchored by Joe Matthew and Kayleigh Lyons. That starts at 8 p.m. Wall Street time.
Okay, no question, Carol. The U.S. economy and the candidates' economic policies are likely to come up at tonight's debate, and that's exactly where we go now, to the U.S. economic backdrop. A batch of U.S. economic data dropping this morning on U.S. GDP in line, personal consumption softer, inflation component slightly higher. Also, rising continuing or recurring jobless claims, moving up to the highest since the end of 2021. U.S. pending home sales index sliding on to a record low on high rates. And orders for U.S. business equipment matched the biggest drop of the year.
I'm waiting to see if Mike's like, but let's get to it. As we said, there's a lot, and then there's the big one that comes tomorrow. Let's see what does stand out. Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee is here in studio. Were you like, or like, what is like the stuff that we got this morning?
Mostly in the sense that there's no surprises in this, and there's nothing that's going to tell the Fed one way or another what it should do, which is the bottom line question for everybody on Wall Street. I would point out, to just segue from David to me, that it's the economy, stupid. It's always
I've heard
the
that
economy.
before.
Unfortunately, today we didn't get any data that really address what is the primary economic topic on people's mind, which is inflation. That comes tomorrow, as you say, Carol. GDP is basically old news. It's the second revision to the first quarter, so that's way behind us at this point. Initial jobless claims are still in a range. They went up a little. Now they've ratcheted down a little.
The continuing and recurring that everybody seemed to...
Well, when you look at the continuing claims is a measure sort of how hard it is to get a job. It's up some.
Okay.
It's a little bit harder, but it still doesn't seem terrible. And when you look at the initial jobless claims figure, people are talking about, well, it's jumped up. This week last year, it was at 253,000. This year, 233,000. The only part that may be a little worrisome is in the durable goods orders and the capital goods orders. Businesses cut back on their ordering during the month, and a lot of it in the kind of stuff that you'd like to see, manufacturing, stuff that makes stuff, basically. And we saw in the first quarter revised GDP that businesses had spent more, so maybe things are leveling out. The problem is durable goods is very volatile. That could change when we get the revisions. But tomorrow we get PCE for the month of May, which the personal consumption expenditures index, which is what the Fed follows. And I called it today the number that everybody's most anticipating and already pretty much knows.
Because of the inputs, right?
Because of the inputs that come from CPI and PPI, and all the analysts have put pen to paper after those and come up with numbers that they're probably going to be just about right on.
So 2.6% is what analysts are expecting?
Yes, for the, basically for both the PCE and the core on a year-over-year basis, which constitutes progress.
Yeah.
We have the same thing we happen with CPI, where you're moving, but you're moving slowly.
Given that we know the inputs that make up PCE, is there any chance that there could be a surprise to the upside tomorrow or the downside?
There could be, but it's not going to be much of one, is the thing. We are, as a lot of people on Wall Street have laughed and cried about, we're at the point where we're looking at rounding 3 decimal places in these numbers. So you could get that, and what you could see is, instead of a 1/10 increase in the core, it could be 2/10. But right now, analysts are pretty confident that we're going to see more progress, which leaves us on track to a rate cut, but doesn't tell us when it's going to be.
Yeah, it's just kind of interesting, right? Like, I think about with the elections coming up, and as you say, it's the economy, stupid. I mean, Mike, the economy's still doing fairly well.
The economy is doing very well, except for the fact that the level of inflation is higher. And that's going to be one of the tricky things for Joe Biden to talk about today. The rate of inflation has come down a lot, but the level of inflation is high. So people go to the grocery store and say, I'm paying more than I was. That's the one bad part for the president, but unemployment is extraordinarily low.
Why is it so sticky here? If we talk about supply chains better?
Well, prices in general are sticky. They tend to go up and not come down, except for things like commodities. We see gasoline prices, we see meat prices go up and down all the time because
Cocoa prices,
there's
right?
much less of a middleman between the cost of the raw material and you at the end. But other things, they go up and then they stay there because prices have gone up for inputs, including labor. It takes us to the service industries, and if you've had to pay more to hire a waitress or a cook or even somebody on a assembly line, you're not going to be able to turn around and say, I'm going to cut your wages. So that's why they say these things are sticky. Wages are sticky going up and very sticky going down. And overall, inflation, once it goes up, as a general level, doesn't come down very much.
If we do see some sort of prolonged period of unemployment or higher unemployment, will we see wages come down?
Probably not significantly. You would see definitely a rate of change in the growth of wages, and you might even see a negative as companies reduce what they might pay to new people. But they're not going to, it's very rare to have somebody come in and say, Tim, I'm going to cut your salary. Because,
glad you're not my boss.
Because Tim is going to say things that you can't say on the radio. So that generally doesn't happen.
Fed's Bostic, Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, President Raphael Bostic made some comments. He still expects a cut by year end. I mean, how are you kind of pulling in the constant kind of Fed speak once again?
Well, we're not getting a whole lot of new stuff. As you mentioned, he said again by the end of the year. He's still sticking with one cut. Others have suggested maybe two. What was interesting in his speech today, and you kind of want to hear from everybody else, is what is it he's looking for. And he gave us more detail than a lot of other Fed speakers have recently. He wants to see in the inflation reports the breadth of inflation, what's going up, what's going down, and in the jobs report, he's looking to see job growth beyond just healthcare and government, which are the things that have been steadily going up and keep going up. Because if we see other areas start to fall off, then even if we see strength in those, it's a sign the economy might be slowing down. Well, we know it is, but how much is the question.
Okay, let's move on to next week, just before we let you go. Carol's not going to be here, but you and I are going to be holding down the fort on Wednesday at 2 o'clock when we get minutes from the Federal Reserve's latest meeting.
Mike and Tim show,
Yeah, 2 o'clock, it's going to happen. And just 2 days after that, we actually get the June jobs report. The June jobs report.
Yeah.
How should we be thinking about these two events next week during a holiday week?
Well, the minutes are going to be hard to sell in the sense that they represent what the Fed was thinking 3 weeks ago. Now, not a lot has changed in the economy. So if there's some sort of detailed look at inflation or discussion of inflation, then that might be interesting. But the problem you have, and I'll sound facetious, but I'm not, is if they come at 2 o'clock, and 2 o'clock is when the bond market closes, and everybody in New York is on the road to the Hamptons or the Jersey Shore. So the longer we keep them around, well, there will be people hanging around to trade. So, because you can still trade in the bond market. So, but will they care all that much? Will you want to make a big bet because you're trying to get out the door? Jobs report obviously is going to be very big. And then the following Monday, just to promo that, or Tuesday rather, we have Jay Powell, Humphrey Hawkins' testimony. So that's what the jobs report and Powell are what people are really going to be focused on.
So have fun on July 4th, folks, and then get ready for jobs and then Powell.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can imagine it's going to be pretty barren in most financial services offices on Friday.
Yeah, I'm
even
thinking.
for the jobs report.
Have fun next week.
We'll be here, Carol. Don't worry. Don't worry.
I'm not worried. All
Don't
right.
worry. We'll be
She doesn't look worried.
Don't. Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee. On the other side, a raid of suspected stolen goods for Amazon.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. It has been a choppy session. Right now we have got the Dow and the S&P. They are both trading lower. S&P right now down 7, drop right now of 0.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by 53, a decline of 0.1%. NASDAQ right now up 27, holding on to a gain of 0.1%. 10-year ahead of the economic data out tomorrow morning. Right now, we've got the 10-year yielding 4.28%, and the 2-year 4.71%. Spot gold up 1.1%. 23.24 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%, 81.63 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line, S&P 5470 right now lower by 0.1%. Keeping an eye on Chewy and Petco Health and Wellness shares. They surged early in the session after Keith Gill, known online as Roaring Kitty, posted an image of a dog on X. Chewy, which ships supplies like pet food directly to customers, quickly lurched higher by as much as 34%. Petco jumped by as much as 12%, but right now both stocks have come down considerably. Chewy right now up by 3.1%. Petco is down 1.6%. Petco, by the way, uses the ticker symbol WOOF, W-O-O-F. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Picture of a dog gets a couple stocks moving.
What a world. It's almost like it's 2021 again.
We are living in an interesting world. Hey, 2 tech companies that are on our radar today. That includes an Amazon-related story as a rate of goods that may have been headed for Amazon. We'll get more on that in just a moment. But first, we want to talk about Micron.
Yeah, investors chipping away at this year's more than a 30% rally as the largest U.S. maker of computer memory chips dropped after its forecast disappointed investors who were looking for a bigger payoff from AI mania. This report, Carol, definitely one about investor expectations and for Micron having to deliver and then some.
Micron shares, by the way, right now down about 6%, down nearly 8% at their lows today. Let's get to it with Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter Ian King back with us from our San Francisco bureau. Ian, you know, as we were breaking down Micron's results last night, got to say we were scratching our heads a bit at first because the results seemed pretty good. So where exactly is the miss or disappointment? Is it just, again, about investor expectations for this one?
No, you've nailed it. That's absolutely the case. I mean, they're predicting that revenue is going to be up over 90% in the current period, which, you know, is not a bad performance. I mean, obviously last year was a particularly brutal year for this industry, for this particular part of the industry. But, you know, there was nothing wrong with the numbers according to all of the, you know, what the analysts said. It was just that some of the higher estimates, you know, were in the sort of $8 billion range for the quarter, and obviously they didn't come out and be that bullish, but really nothing wrong with the direction that the company's heading in terms of fundamentals.
Ian, Carol and I were talking about this as we were preparing for the segment. It's the largest U.S. Maker of memory chips. And to what extent does it play in AI? And just remind everybody where it is in the chip space compared to all the other companies that you and we follow.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of AI, we're still at the beginning stages of that having an impact on the memory chip industry, but according to Micron and its competitors, it's going to have an absolutely profound impact for a number of reasons. But basically, the biggest reason is if you want to train a model faster, you bombard it with information. The best way to bombard it with information is to have more memory and have that memory be much faster at providing that information. So we've got this new product called high bandwidth memory that they're pushing, able to charge a lot of money for it. It's not just a plug and play commodity type product. Any number of reasons that this will have a positive impact on the memory chip industry and Micron, but we are at the beginning stages of that.
Hey, one last quick question, Ian. Anything for you not answered on the Micron earnings call? Just got about 30 seconds here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of questions on where are we in terms of that HBM memory introduction? Are there problems? Is it difficult to make? And they said, yes, it's difficult to make, but we're doing exactly what we said we would. We're still on course.
All right, good stuff, as always. Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor networking reporter Ian King. Now let's get to Amazon.
And a police raid of a Southern California warehouse filled with suspected stolen merchandise that authorities say likely would have ended up on online marketplaces run by Amazon and other retailers. With more on his Bloomberg exclusive, here's Bloomberg News technology and e-commerce reporter Spencer Soper with us from Southern California. Spencer, you're outside of Seattle where you usually are. Talk to us a little bit about where you are and how the raid unfolded this morning.
Yeah, so we're here in Santa Ana. It's about 30 miles south of Los Angeles. We're right off the Interstate 5 freeway here, and there's a warehouse behind us that is actually like a liquidation business. You know, these can be legit businesses where they get products that are damaged or returned and then resell them. But police, California Highway Patrol, raided this location this morning because they suspected that it's involved in trafficking of stolen goods. And a lot of the stuff that they've pulled out, you can see is right next to me here. You've got like space heaters, and you look on down the line. Then there's wine coolers, there's dog food down there. There's just all kinds of stuff. They're bringing it out one pallet at a time. And a telltale sign for law enforcement with something like this is when it's a bunch of the same product, suspicious, because generally a liquidator is going to have just like a jumble of different stuff in like damaged boxes that have been returned.
Spencer, as we said, you know, this is an exclusive. What led you to this story? What led police to this raid?
Well, this and the effectiveness of shutting down a fence is it just makes it harder for cargo thieves to find a place to turn their stolen goods into cash. And so that's why they're hoping that this can maybe cool things off a little bit.
Hey, Spencer, I think a lot of consumers understand the implications of shoplifting in the sense of, okay, we see security increasingly at stores. We see going into stores things locked up behind plastic, and you have to ask a sales associate for help getting some toothpaste or deodorant or something. What are the implications of cargo theft? Talk to us about what happens to prices, what happens to insurance, and what happens to bottom lines.
Yeah, that's a really great question and point, and that's exactly it. It's the cost is just going to get spread out to everyone. You know, the retailers can take a loss if they lose the inventory that's en route to them. The brands take a loss if their inventory that's stolen. The insurance companies take a hit. The legitimate logistics companies take a hit, and there are estimates that this is like a $700 million problem annually. So it's a big problem, and just like shoplifting, it's hit the point where executives have to talk about it on earnings calls. They have to talk about their money they're losing from theft, either shoplifting or more organized cargo theft rings. And so it is a problem that affects everybody.
Well, as we mentioned, Spencer, this authority is saying that the stolen goods, allegedly stolen goods behind you, would likely end up on a marketplace on Amazon or perhaps other marketplaces. On the Amazon part of this, you've covered Amazon for years. I still think that consumers don't necessarily understand the marketplace part of Amazon versus buying directly from Amazon. Talk a little bit about how stolen goods could end up on what many would consider a legitimate service like Amazon.
Yeah, so if you buy something on Amazon, 60% of the products sold on Amazon come from independent merchants. It's kind of like going to a mall and going into a store. You're not buying from the mall, you're buying from that particular store. So the Amazon is like the digital version of that. Sorry, I've got a truck backing up next to me. So basically, if you have stolen goods and you want to unload them, selling it on Amazon is really a good way to do it because you almost put some legitimacy into it. Someone thinks, oh, I'm buying this from Amazon, it must be legit, as opposed to like the other day I was in Seattle and a guy was selling pork chops out of a gym bag. You know, I'm not really trusting the supply chain of that operation. Whereas if I see it on Amazon and it's new, I might buy that.
Our producer Elizabeth talking about somebody selling dry cleaning clothes on the corner, like $5 or something like that. Yeah, so stuff happens in all different forms. What's Amazon's role in this? I mean, in helping the police and other retailers to find these individuals?
Yeah, so Amazon is involved. We know they've been communicating with law enforcement about this particular situation. That's as far as Amazon goes with us on that. But yeah, they do have entire teams dedicated to try and identify what might be stolen inventory, help law enforcement if they're trying to trace stuff back. And that's exactly the problem, right? Once you lose a cargo container of stuff, and it gets out of your sight, if you don't catch those people in the act of doing it, how do you differentiate between what's stolen and what isn't? Because there's so much inventory in circulation, and that's where Amazon can be helpful with law enforcement in terms of helping them identify, yes, this this load was supposed to come here on this day and it never arrived, or this trailer was taken on this day and it never got to its destination. That's where companies like Amazon can be helpful with law enforcement.
Okay, Spencer, for those watching on TV, they can see the boxes and pallets stacked up behind you. Do you have any understanding from authorities at this point about the size and scale of this bust, the value of products that was found?
Yeah, so they're estimating about 7 truckloads right now. So these would be big 18-wheel rigs. So about 7 of those, and the estimated value of at least $1 million.
All right, real quickly, how often is this happening? These cargo thefts?
So in the first quarter, there were nearly 1,000. So I mean, you're looking at several a day, and Southern California is a real hotspot. California, Texas, Illinois are where most of this stuff is going down. So we're kind of right in ground zero of cargo theft right now.
Well, you are smack in the middle of it. Exclusive reporting. Spencer, thank you so much. Bloomberg News technology and e-commerce reporter Spencer Soper there in Santa Ana, California. Smack in the middle of it as they were trying to figure out exactly, right, the complete value of it. But he said, what, 7 truckloads, did he say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a lot.
$1 million worth of goods. Hey, just a quick check of the markets. About 90 minutes to go in trading. The S&P 500 down by a little over 0.1%. The NASDAQ higher by about the same, while the Dow is down 0.2%.
Still to come, the travel industry's global economic impact expected to reach a record-breaking $11.1 trillion this year, surpassing its prior high back in 2019. We're going to get to someone with a front seat to it all. The Priceline CEO is coming up next.
Before that, a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. The U.S. Supreme Court tossed out Purdue Pharma's $6 billion opioid settlement, opening a new chapter of uncertainty for that company, ruling that the accord would improperly shield the Sackler family owners. The 5-4 ruling scuttles a plan that would have ended a mountain of civil litigation against the OxyContin maker, funneled billions of dollars toward efforts to abate the opioid crisis. The Supreme Court has stripped the Securities and Exchange Commission of a major tool in fighting securities fraud, in a decision that would also have far-reaching effects on other regulatory agencies. The justices ruled that people accused by the SEC of fraud have the right to a jury trial in federal court. And we got more confirmation from the court that medical emergency abortions can proceed in Idaho for now. The justices reinstated a federal trial court order ensuring hospitals in the state can perform emergency abortions to protect the health of the mother. Bloomberg Law obtained a copy of that opinion yesterday. In another decision, the court put the Environmental Protection Agency's air pollution fighting Good Neighbor plan on hold while legal challenges continue. More opinions are expected to be released tomorrow and Monday, which means the court's term will be extended into July. Global news and 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, they're in the red. NASDAQ holding on to a gain. Choppy session with the S&P now lower by 9, 54.68. We have got the S&P down by about 0.2%. Dow Industrials also down 0.2%, trading lower now by 89 points. NASDAQ, though, up 25, a gain there of just about 0.1%. The 10-year yield now at 4.28%. We have got the 2-year now yielding 4.71%. Spot gold up 1.1%. 23.23 the ounce on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 1% right now, 81.75 a barrel. Micron Technology down 9.9% after its forecast disappointed investors seeking a bigger payoff from artificial intelligence mania. Micron, by the way, is the biggest American maker of computer memory chips, so Micron down just about 5.9%. NVIDIA also lower today, down 1.4%. And among other chip stocks, Advanced Micro Devices up now by 1.3%. Nike, of course, after the close of trading, complete coverage on Bloomberg Television and radio. Again, recapping stocks mixed. The Dow, the S&P, they're lower. NASDAQ higher. S&P down 9 now, drop there of 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, yesterday you might recall our chat with the CEO of Carnival, Josh Weinstein. He talked about record-setting demand for cruises. That's helping sell tickets at high prices. Or higher prices. He was incredibly upbeat. We wanted to know more when it comes to summer travel. So that brings us to our next guest and the online travel company Booking Holdings, a bellwether for global travel and the owner of Priceline, Kayak, rental cars, OpenTable, and so much more. With us right now is Priceline CEO Brett Keller, joining us from Norwalk, Connecticut. Brett, great to have you here. How are you?
Doing very well, gearing up for the 4th of July weekend here.
We'll talk about gearing up. What are you expecting for 4th of July and really summer travel overall?
Sure, well, let's start with the holiday, because what we're seeing this summer is demand really compressing into the holiday periods, and 4th of July is typically the biggest of the year. And I think that's certainly teeing up already at the airports. We're seeing, good, healthy demand flowing through TSA checkpoints up anywhere from, 6 to 10%. And we should see another record-breaking, I think, holiday versus where we were back in 2019. Now, with that said, if you compare it to 2019, we're really where we should be in 2021 in terms of overall volumes. But of course, with the pandemic, we're now just really coming out of that and still feeling some strength there. So things are looking good. We should have over 70 million visitors on the road, either mostly by car, and then, of course, the rest by flight or bus.
Where are you seeing particular strength or maybe changes in trends that you didn't see in previous years this year?
Sure. Well, last year it was the year of Europe, and we had a lot of outbound travel heading over to Europe. This year we're seeing some of that mix flow back into kind of nearby zones within the U.S., so folks flying down to Mexico, flying to the Caribbean, even out to Hawaii. So we're seeing somewhat closer destination travel taking place, and of course some happening more in Asia. Asia's been a very hot destination this year as things now there are fully opened up. Especially with the yen to dollar ratio, a lot of travel going into Japan and especially into Tokyo, Kyoto, those areas. So very hot markets. Obviously, the Olympics are going to help Europe pick up as we get into later in July. And so that will help prop some business there as well.
Hey, Brett, any sign that travelers are looking to trade down or are looking for bargains, or you see that on the provider side of things where they are making deals, cutting prices?
Not in a material way, no. We've seen flight prices come down quite a bit over the last year. Flight prices are down almost 15%, but that's largely due to expanded supply. So airlines have opened up more supply. American Airlines recently announced they've opened up 8% more capacity. And so with that capacity, that helps to pull prices down for consumers, which is great. On the accommodation side, however, prices are still up a couple percentage points. And so, the major hotel chains here in the U.S. are doing everything possible to keep their prices up. They don't want to see those prices fall, as that's what they lean on to drive their profitability. So they've been doing a pretty decent job of that. But again, in some of the valley periods, as we move through the summer, we are hearing from our partners that there's some help needed there to fill some excess capacity. And again, in the accommodation space, there's always excess capacity. They'd love to fill it all if they can, but that just isn't possible.
It's interesting because, Carol and I have been hitting the road doing some traveling lately, and the prices that we've seen in some of the cities that we've gone to for hotels have just been absolutely astronomical. I mean, in some cases, we're going from 3 digits to 4 digits a night, Brett. It's just shocking to see that the prices go up so much. Are you only seeing that in major metropolitan areas around sort of peak travel times with business conferences and the like, or is that a new sort of trend that we're seeing?
Yeah, for the most part, I think that's true. Take New York City as an example, right? New York City put in some legislation that prevents alternative accommodations from really expanding there. So that's put additional pressure on the
You're talking about
market.
the ban on Airbnbs here.
Yes, exactly. And so that obviously drives prices higher on the hotel side. And New York has had a lot of inflow from outside of the U.S. in terms of traffic coming in, again, now that it's fully opened up from other countries. A lot more visitors coming in from China, which was not the case a year ago. So that's helping to keep prices up in New York. As you move to some other marketplaces, though, like Vegas and Orlando, which are really high leisure destination centers, those seem to be not pushing up as high on the pricing point. And especially if you're not traveling in the peak vacation periods, you can get some amazing and incredible deals in those markets because there is so much supply in those markets.
Brett, you talked about the importance of the July 4th holiday and your expectations around it. How does what happens July 4th, the week around it, if you will, and what that kind of how it sets the tone maybe for the rest of the summer season?
Well, that's a great question. And it's always hard to predict because, the 4th of July is really the peak travel period in the summer. And then people usually anchor their other vacations and time off around that. So it is a good indicator that leisure demand will continue through the summer at a healthy pace. However, again, it's really business is carrying a lot more of the weight right now, I think, in the travel industry than is the leisure traveler. So while it's great to see leisure demand peaking during the 4th of July, the industry is going to lean a lot more heavily on the business sector as we move through the rest of the year because business is growing at a healthier clip than leisure demand is right now. I think leisure travelers are really feeling the pinch when it comes to the cost of airline tickets especially and all of the other expenses that they're trying to fill. Whereas on the business side, there's still growth there, and that I think is predicted to grow anywhere from 7 to 8%, which will be a real help and offset to some of the softening leisure side.
As Tim said, we have been doing more traveling as of late. The business sector, in terms of travel, how much does it still have to kind of catch up to where it was pre-pandemic?
Yeah, we're still about 10 percentage points off of where we were in 2019, so a little bit more to go, whereas leisure exceeded 2019 in 2022 at the end of 22. So the leisure side really rebounded first and is now starting to, kind of move into a more normal cyclical pattern, whereas business is still trying to catch up. And so the more business that can lay on top of that leisure demand, which already has caught up, it just makes for, there is still growth happening in the travel business here in North America.
Hey, Brett, how are you feeling in terms of your comfort being in the online travel agency space right now, given that anytime you go on an airline or call an airline, they remind people, okay, the best place to book is directly with the airline. How comfortable are you feeling being this sort of middle person right now?
Sure. Well, listen, any company wants their customer to book directly with them. And the reason that online travel agencies exist is because we provide really compelling value. And so the question is, okay, so what's the value we provide? And there's a number of points here to offer. One is clearly our ability to drive comparison shopping. So, when you come to Priceline, we don't show you 1 or 2 suppliers. We literally show you everybody. Every airline, every hotel chain partner, every independent property. So you can make a really educated decision as a customer. The second is we're constantly fighting for you to find the very best deal that we can get from our partners. And oftentimes when you come here, you sign in, we're going to get you a better price than what you can find in many other locations around the world. And so those are the couple of values that we provide. We provide packaging where we can bundle these things together and drive our prices even lower.
Brett, 10 seconds, where are you going this summer?
Oh, I'm heading to Idaho. My favorite day in the summer. Got to get out into the woods, do a little running, a little fishing, and just enjoy some decompression time.
All right, sounds pretty magical. All right, Brett Keller, thank you so much. Chief Executive Officer at Priceline, joining us from Norwalk, Connecticut. All right, coming up, everybody, we are going to get into something that's definitely caught our attention. It's among the most read stories on the Bloomberg. It's a big bet by none other than actor Kevin Costner. One More Thing is coming your way right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 2:53 now on Wall Street, and Target is lowering the bar to stop shoplifters, taking a tougher approach to further curb store theft that has weighed on operations. Sources say store staff can now seek to halt incidents of theft worth at least $50. That is lower than the previous threshold of $100, the new guideline expected to be enforced this summer. Target shares right now down by about 0.9%. International paper shares down 7% after Brazilian pulp producer Suzano said it will end its pursuit of the U.S. paper giant. Suzano says it was never able to draw international paper into serious engagement and was not willing to increase its offer further. IP shares, international paper, down now by just about 7%. Walgreens Boots Alliance shares are plunging after slashing its guidance due to a worsening retail environment, and it has announced that it will close significantly more stores as its new CEO seeks to turn the business around. Walgreens management says in addition to the store closures, they will be making more organizational changes without specifying further job cuts. Walgreens Boots Alliance shares down now by 25.2%. Rival CVS down by 4.75%. Denim maker Levi Strauss shares are plunging after the company last night reported sales in its latest quarter that slightly missed expectations, underscoring Wall Street's high expectations for the company. Levi Strauss down now by 16%. And after the close of trading, we will be hearing from Nike. Nike shares flat on the day right now. Nike down by less than 0.1%. Our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We had Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. Last-minute preparations are being made ahead of tonight's CNN presidential debate between President Biden and Donald Trump. We talked with Wendy Schiller, the director of the Taubman Center for American Politics and Policy at Brown University. She says age is a factor, not just in the debate, but also in the race.
I mean, on the one hand, you can feel pretty happy about life expectancy in America and functionality. I mean, 40 years ago, Ronald Reagan was, pretty old by most standards when he assumed the presidency. So it's not as if we haven't seen this before. Why not somebody in their mid-70s? But we're not even in the mid-70s. We're at, 78 and 81.
Political scientist Wendy Schiller. We have special coverage of the CNN presidential debate beginning at 8 p.m. Wall Street time. The Supreme Court has rejected a nationwide settlement with OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma that would have shielded the company's owners, the Sackler family, from civil lawsuits over the toll of opioids. In another case, the High Court curbed the SEC's ability to press complaints before in-house judges as opposed to a jury trial. The justices also reinstated a federal trial court order ensuring hospitals in Idaho can perform emergency abortions to protect the health of the mother. And more opinions are set to be released tomorrow. The court has just added Monday to its opinion calendar. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Now back to Balance of Power with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec. Nope, it's Bloomberg Business Week.
You know what?
We'll take whatever. Whatever you want to say, we're good for it. Amy Morris.
Thank you, Amy. Do appreciate that.
Thank you so much, as always. I don't know if Amy's planning to do this. I'm certainly not planning to go to this weekend, but...
wow, maybe that's the problem.
Hence our one more
Here's
thing.
what I'm not doing this weekend. Okay, go on, Carol Masser.
Okay, well, this is one of our most read stories on the Bloomberg Terminal. It has to do with Kevin Costner. It's been a passion project for him. It's supposed to be one of 4 titles that he's producing. It's called Horizon: An American Saga. Chapter 1 debuts in cinemas on June 28th. Apparently, it's been 4 decades in the making, and he ponied up, no pun intended, his own money to make it.
He did. About $38 million of his own money into the filming, but it costs about $100 million to put on this project. So the big question is he actually going to even recoup any of his own money that went into it?
Did we say it's going to bring in maybe 12 to 20 million in the U.S. and Canada ticket sales over the first weekend?
Okay, that said, he did actually finance the project by selling foreign rights to the movie. In the U.S. and Canada, it is being released by New Line Cinema, which is part of Warner Brothers Discovery.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, right? He was in Yellowstone, big star of that. He has said he's not coming back for the final season. The thing is, Chapter 1 so far has generated some poor reviews, including a lackluster 50% critic score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay, this part of the story is probably the most interesting to me. You have to go back to 1990, Dances with Wolves, Kevin Costner, among the films that he's known for. Early on in his career, he directed and starred in it. It was a $22 million production. It went on to gross more than $420 million worldwide.
Right, and I believe he won, was it 1 or 2 Oscars, I thought, for that too? Did he? I think for directing.
You are asking me the wrong question.
Where's People Magazine when we need them?
I don't know.
All right, we'll Google that. But it's interesting. We'll see. There's other big entertainers, Francis Ford Coppola and some others, Jennifer Lopez, who have done kind of their own pet projects recently.
He has actually been asked about financing it before, and he said that he's okay with selling some of his homes. He has 4 of them, and using some of the money that he's amassed over his career to actually finance this. However, he did say every time he looks at the pile of cash and homes, he says, I don't want to lose you. Why am I so interested in this movie?
Tick, tick, tick. It's a most read story. All right. For those on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Stick with us, though, on Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, Bloomberg Business Week continuing on radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We're just about 1 hour away from the closing bell on this Thursday, June 27th. We just have this day almost done, and then tomorrow, and then we wrap up the month of June.
That's wild.
And the first half and the second quarter.
Okay.
Of 2024, in case you're keeping track. Are you keeping track?
I'm keeping track because we have this document that is about 500 pages long, and every month
it's all our scripts for the month.
We do a Google Doc for the script every month. We work on it collaboratively with our whole team. At the beginning of the month, it loads very easily. Then it gets to the end of the month, and it takes minutes to load, and I'm so glad to start a new month. We should do it every 2 weeks.
Tim's always like, as we get towards like the last, it's like, can we start a new one? Like, no. I start with a new month.
Hey,
all right.
It's all good.
Having said that, we're going to get a check on the consumer. We've been trying to do this because there's been certainly some signs of some consumer weakness. So we're going to check in with the Denny's CEO, Kelly Valade, see what she is seeing in terms of business, what kind of spending is going on. So we're looking forward to that conversation coming your way in just a moment.
Also, everything you need to know ahead of tonight's CNN presidential debate.
Everything?
Everything. We're going to get everything. We got Balance of Power's Joe Matthew coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, folks, and we are on the other side of COVID. Good. But how worried should we be about bird flu? Don't
That's the
do
question.
that. You can't do that.
I'm just wondering.
Are you making like flapping like a bird?
No.
This is not funny.
I wasn't doing that.
All right. It's serious stuff, folks. So we're going to check in with an expert. What you need to know. Just calling you out.
All that and more on today's program. First up, though, checking the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got a mixed market right now. The Dow, the S&P, both lower. 59 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. NASDAQ, though, holding on to a gain. The NASDAQ Composite Index right now up 46, up by about 0.3%. S&P lower by 3, down by about 0.1%. The Dow also down 0.1%, lower now by 44 points. 10-year yield, 4.29% with a 2-year, 4.71%. Gold up 1.2%, 23.26 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.1%, 81.82 for a barrel of WTI. Micron Technology, a prominent declining stock today, down 5.8%. As for the overall market backdrop, with Micron trading lower, Carol Schleif, Deputy Chief Investment Officer at BMO Family Office, says Micron is being punished for not outperforming elevated expectations.
The expectations have been pushed so far because they have been, in the last few quarters, they have been knocking the cover off the ball. And so that expectation, when you just do okay or come in line, looks like not a beat.
Carol Schleif of BMO Family Office. And again, Micron right now down 5.8% among some of the other chip names. NVIDIA down 1.4%. Advanced Micro Devices up 1.6%. Of course, after the bell, we will be hearing from Nike. Recapping stocks lower, little change on the S&P, down 2 points now, down less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Weekend in the morning, gotta get to Denny's. Got to get an omelet, a 3-egg omelet. Got order just for you, yeah. Denny's in the morning.
You have a perfect song, Paul Brennan, for our next interview. Thank you. You'll recall yesterday we were joined by the CEO of Carnival, who gave us his view that consumer spending, at least when it comes to booking Carnival cruises, continues to be very strong.
All right, so we've got a question. How are consumers feeling when it comes to eating out at restaurants? The data tell us one story. Spending at restaurants in the United States declined 0.4% in the month of May compared to the month before. That's according to last week's read on retail sales figures, while overall retail sales, they rose an anemic 0.1%.
Meanwhile, employment in food services and drinking places, according to the non-farm payrolls report for last month, continued to trend higher in May, rising by 25,000. But for a view from the front lines, we're joined by Denny's president and CEO, Kelly Valade. She joins us from Dallas. Denny's, we should note, it's a small cap. It's got a market value of around $360 million. The stock down about 36% so far this year. Kelly, good to have you with us. We know Denny's is doing some really interesting stuff when it comes to DEI. We're going to get to that in just a bit. But first, you've got more than 1,600 restaurants, most of which are in the U.S. You've got a great view of what's going on with the consumer. In your view, how is the American consumer doing?
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to talk today and talk all things consumer, and then some conversations about D&I. And I think, look, the consumer today, it's a tough time for all. I think people are still spending, but as we know, they are spending and using credit to do so. And I think they are also hearing and feeling this narrative of the rising costs that have happened for all industries. And they're looking for great value. They're looking for great value, and they're coming to places when they see, they're going to restaurants when they see there's a great value. We have that at Denny's. We're on air today with our all-day diner deals, and really that resonates with guests at a time when they know they need to know they can count on people like and brands like Denny's to meet them where they are. And so I think, I think transactions slightly down. That's been the case in the industry for some time. And so the stronger brands capturing traffic is the name of the game. Doing that with a great value proposition is Denny's sweet spot, and it's where we'll continue to really make sure our consumers know.
Kelly, one thing I want to go back to, you said, people are using credit. Now, to be fair, I do everything on kind of a credit card. Nobody carries cash anymore for the most part.
You love the points.
And I love the point. So I'm just trying to understand, how do we kind of, right? Because most of us, I think, are using either a credit card to do most things nowadays or our bank card. So I'm just trying to put that in context.
Sure.
Is there something you're seeing that people are actually going into debt to eat out?
That is exactly, not to eat out, but I just mean that discretionary spend being where it is hitting our consumers, and certainly hitting the middle to lower income consumer a bit more. So not necessarily using credit cards more to pay for food, but just in general dipping into their own savings and dipping into their own, and maybe having more credit card debt is what I meant by that. Thank you for clarifying.
No, I just wanted to make sure I read you right. So Kelly, and you talk about, those that really kind of will win it within the industry are those that are thinking about the value for their customers. How have you guys been adjusting that to meet for your customers, let's say over the last month or so, or last couple of months?
Absolutely. So yes, we brought back something that we've had in the pantry, I would say, right? Something we've used in the past to really, again, meet those consumers where they are. We see what's happening in quick service and in fast food. And so for us, we're on air with our all-day diner deals, offering right now, it's a starting price at not $5.99, and 6 items under that all-day diner deals menu available 24/7 in many locations. So we're leaning into that. We'll actually be continuing to innovate all summer long around even the next evolution of a great value proposition, a great value offer, everyday value at Denny's is something we want every consumer to know they can count on us for.
The vast majority of your restaurants are franchised, but you do operate restaurants. So from an operating perspective, talk to us about the costs that are associated with those restaurants in terms of food, in terms of labor. Are you starting to see that stabilize, or is it still tough to attract and retain workers? And are you still seeing food prices rise?
So food sales, take food first, and that part of your question first. Food, the commodities environment as a whole has stabilized, and yet there were so many years the cumulative inflation has still made it a higher environment and cost higher on food overall, although it has stabilized significantly in the last 12 months. On labor, we don't necessarily, we are feeling really good. We've got great retention programs in place, not only for our company restaurants, we operate 66, as you mentioned, and then for our franchisees, we really feel good about what we're seeing in terms of the stabilization, even in markets like California, stabilization of the labor situation, and our turnover and our retention is pretty strong given how we take care of our employees in the company restaurants we have. So those things have stabilized, yes.
No, I'm sorry. Please finish. Go ahead.
I was just saying both have stabilized to some extent. The run-up and the cumulative effect over the years certainly changed the business model in general for all restaurants. These last few years have been difficult. And again, there was such a run-up for so long, especially on food costs. Though it's stabilized, there's still an effect there to the business model that we're all mindful of.
You've been in this industry for a while. You've seen the ups and downs of it. You've obviously, understand the impact of the pandemic. You are CEO of Red Lobster, CEO of Black Box Intelligence. You were at Brinker International. You were at Chili's. You've seen a lot. You're now at Denny's, and you've been there since June of 2022, so a few years now. How would you describe kind of the current cycle for the restaurant industry, especially within this space that Denny's operates within?
Sure. I think absolutely this is an industry that is a resilient industry. Denny's is a resilient brand. And though there's movement, and you referenced, a couple of the different brands, there's movement in the industry always. There are winners. And there is room for great brands to continue. A brand like Denny's being as resilient as it is, 70 years young. We actually purchased and acquired a breakfast cafe, Kiki's Breakfast Cafe. So we have two brands now, one very large flagship brand, and then one that we are really bullish about and excited about growing. And there's room for that. So there's room for great brands that are resilient. There's room for great brands that, again, are meeting their consumers where they are today and are responding to the model that's in place today and strengthening the business model all the while.
So Kelly, is that where the growth is? Is it outside of Denny's for you? Because I look at the function on the Bloomberg terminal that shows us how many locations you have each year, and you're down from 1,700 back in 2014 to at the end of 2023 to 1,630 overall. So we've seen a decline when many restaurants have expanded the number.
Absolutely. So that's a great question. It's a fair question. So what you've seen for us is through the pandemic, like many other restaurants, you saw declines, you saw closures, you saw markets maybe move, trade areas move slightly, and then you did see some really difficult decisions for operators that didn't reopen or have struggled since the pandemic. We are actually opening quite a few restaurants, and we're back to opening more restaurants than we did since 2018, pre-pandemic days. But we've got closures that we've been dealing with as well. So working with our franchisees, trying to do everything we can to strengthen their model, help them where we can. But that's why you're seeing the net number be where it is. So Kiki's stabilizing and continuing to thrive for the Denny's brand is the goal. And then we've got something brand new that's very small that we have a separate now brand team for set up to deliver really big growth. And we're excited about the growth that you'll see us demonstrate with Kiki's in a different segment of the same kind of breakfast lunch category.
Hey, one thing we did want to ask you, we mentioned you were CEO at Red Lobster for a short time. How did you view the company's recent bankruptcy?
I'm probably not, I was there a very short amount of time. I'm probably not in the best place to comment on that at this point. It was a short time, and I'm in a great place here at Denny's and the place I belong.
So one of the things we want to ask you, because culture is so important, certainly for workers, for customers increasingly, we do want to talk to you guys about some of the initiatives you are doing when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. What is it that really kind of drives the strategy at the company?
Yeah, Absolutely. This is something that is so true and so foundational to who Denny's is as a brand. This is a brand that has never been that has got humble beginnings, given this space. But 30 years ago, the journey to what I would say is a best-in-class approach to this, a thoughtful and intentional approach to diversity, equity, and inclusion for all. We say we embrace openness. We are open for all. And it is foundational in everything we do. So what we do today and the programs that we have today really started 30 years ago, 30 years in the making. And the new alliance that we just announced called our Unity in the Community Alliance was really just another way to cement our commitment, our true commitment to embracing diversity for all. And so it's an alliance with multiple organizations that we've been working with for many, many years and cementing that true partnership. And now we're just kind of signing this pledge to say we'll pledge even more to demonstrate our commitment through and through with key organizations. We were just out at St. Thomas University at the Benjamin L. Crump School of Law and donated their a $500,000 scholarship there. We have many other partnerships, and we've committed to $3.3 million over the next multiple years, giving to those organizations that have been with us, that have supported us. And it's built on, again, multiple years of just standing with and being a part of all these communities that we serve. We're really proud of the work we do there.
You know, it's interesting. I saw in the notes ahead of our interview that our producer Paul sent us that you are still referring to these initiatives as DEI initiatives, which surprised me because to many people, the term DEI has become a word that they don't necessarily want to use. Our own Simone Foxman here at Bloomberg News has done some great reporting over the last few months about Wall Street banks retreating on DEI over backlash. How are you thinking about that as you lead this company?
So how we're thinking about it, it's absolutely, we pay attention to the narrative and we're very conscious of how we think about it, right? The head of this effort reports directly to me. She is our Chief Inclusion and Community Engagement Officer. That's her title. These efforts around diversity, equity, inclusion are so foundational to who we are that we don't want to change the narrative. We say we are America's diner for today's America. And that means we're diverse in every single sense of the word. Our communities, every community we serve, every guest we serve, every franchisee, our franchisee base is incredibly diverse. Our workforce is more diverse and best in class. And all of our programs, again, support that. So changing the narrative for us or changing the name of how we refer to it didn't necessarily make sense for us because our commitment it just runs so deep. And it would be counter to who we are to say, as America's diner for today's America, that we don't want to still embrace this conversation.
So I will be quite honest with you. You know, we are very much thinking about tonight's debate here at Bloomberg, as I think a lot of Americans are, and certainly the media organization. I'm watching some footage of President Biden arriving in Atlanta, getting ready for the debate. The presidential debate, the upcoming elections, how are American politics and the November outcome impacting your business or overall strategy?
It's a great question. Election years are always interesting for the restaurant industry. Historically, they mean lots of people tuning in and maybe not dining out. They mean different things depending on what is happening in that environment. So not going to comment at all on that environment. Our strategies are not impacted. We're staying again, very true to who we are and our strategies and being very focused on those strategies. So that things will happen as they are going to happen, and we'll be doing what we do to take care of guests and our team members and make sure that we are staying focused on the importance of taking care of the people we serve.
Okay, Kelly, before we let you go, we got to ask you about NVIDIA. And for people who are watching or listening right now, they might be thinking to themselves, why are you asking the CEO of Denny's about NVIDIA? Are you guys doing AI? No, it's not that. Because legend has it that back in the early 1990s, NVIDIA's founders, including Jensen Huang, came up with their idea for NVIDIA at a Denny's in Silicon Valley. And Jensen even worked at a Denny's in Portland when he was a teenager. Talk to us about, I mean, a few months ago, you went and met Jensen at that Silicon Valley Denny's. Talk to us about what this has done for the brand.
So I'm so grateful to Jensen. I did get to meet Jensen. I consider him a friend. He's an amazing person. So aside from being the most valuable company and all the things that are happening, he's an amazing person that we met and we talked about our first jobs, his at a Denny's, my first job in this industry. We connected, but he gives so much credence. He's so kind about what he learned at a Denny's, how he learned to interact and connect with people. The promotions he got from dishwasher to then busboy to then server, he is an amazing, outstanding individual, and I appreciate the call outs that he does, the acknowledgement that he does make to what restaurants can do, what a restaurant like Denny's can do for you socially, he paid it back by coming into the restaurant. He said he was one of the worst customers we'd ever had because he sat there all night drinking coffee. I call him one of the best, and I think he's just truly remarkable. So it's helped. It's been great. Conversation's been great.
Did you get a Blackwell chip or anything? Like, did he say, "Hey, thanks, Kelly. Here's a chip. It's worth $1 million." No, I'm just kidding.
Not totally. We did do a $1 trillion incubator contest at Denny's and inspired other people to come in, and he voted with me. He was a judge with me, but haven't gotten anything else yet.
Okay, well, he knows how to call me, Jensen. All right, Denny's President and CEO Kelly Valade joining us. Coming up next, tonight's debate.
3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. We are looking at a decidedly mixed market. Little change. Perhaps the key takeaway at this hour on the S&P down 1 point. Been that kind of a day, trading in a narrow range. 54.76 is where the S&P stands right now. We've got the Dow down 8. Also little change, down less than 0.1%. Nasdaq Composite Index holding on to a 44-point gain, up now by about 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.28% with a 2-year 4.71%. Spot gold up 1.2%, 23.27 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude right now up 1.2%, 81.94 for a barrel of WTI. Next up on the economic calendar, the PCE report. That is the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. That breaks tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. Pooja Sriram is VP for U.S. Economic Research at Barclays Capital.
We are with consensus. It's going to look weak for May. In fact, our estimate for tomorrow is slightly below consensus. We think core PCE could round up to 0.1% and 2.5% on a year-over-year basis.
Pooja Sriram of Barclays. Again, that drops 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. Complete coverage on Bloomberg Radio. 10-year again, 4.28%. Rivian Automotive shares are trading lower after yesterday's surge higher. We've got Rivian standing by its full-year delivery target. It is also reaffirming long-term financial goals, leaving investors underwhelmed after the EV maker earlier this week revealed a blockbuster partnership with Volkswagen. Yesterday, you recall, Rivian surged 23%. Today, we've got Rivian down by 2.1%. Recapping, S&P right now lower by 0.5 point. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, we just now saw video of President Biden landing aboard Air Force One in Marietta, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. He's there, of course, along with former President Donald Trump, who's on his way there now to face off tonight in their first 2024 debate. Americans, though, Carol, are unenthused about the Biden-Trump rematch. The elderly, gaffe-prone candidates need to win over undecided voters and energize their bases. Expect the two to spar over border security, the economy, abortion, and more.
I'm really looking forward to it. For more, we're joined by Joe Matthew, the co-host of Bloomberg Balance of Power. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Joe and Kaylee Lyons will anchor tonight's CNN presidential debate on Bloomberg Radio and Television. That is starting at 8 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg. Joe, you've seen a lot of cycles. I have to say, I feel like a lot of us are very eager to see tonight's debate. What are you most watching out for?
Yeah, a lot of people, actually. You know, I keep wondering who's going to watch this thing. My friend John told me I'm watching the Golden Girls instead because at least they're funny. But I'll tell you what, there's a new Quinnipiac University poll out, and I was blown away by this number. 7 out of 10 voters, 73% of registered voters say they are likely to watch this thing. And, I mean, that would make it one of the most all-time viewed television events, right? This would be beyond, you know, Oscars and Super Bowl ratings. But a more important number, 16% say they could or would be open to changing their vote.
Wow.
Just like Tim said, don't love either of these guys based on what happens tonight. So when we talk about the stakes, we think about the size of the audience, but also that 16% within that are considered malleable and might actually make a vote change based on what happens tonight. I'll also remind you, though, Donald Trump's going to be sentenced on July 11th. There's going to be a VP announcement. There's going to be a convention. We have a lot of other stops on the road. It's really unusual to see something this early because typically you get into general election debates and you have nominees. They are the presumptive nominees. They still haven't even officially been through the convention process. But why wait? America knows both of these guys. It's going to be interesting to see what they think about each other. That, to answer your actual question, I'll be looking at their body language, their expressions. I think we can argue that they probably hate each other more now than they did 4 years ago.
I was going to say, Joe, I think we know how they feel about each other.
Yeah.
I can guess.
You can guess. Now, how do they act on that?
Yeah.
Because everybody wants a viral moment. Everybody wants to, you know, make the Twitter feed tomorrow morning, make the sound cuts tonight. But they also need to say something real.
and talk about things like inflation, abortion, and the border. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see how they draw the line on these.
That's what I wonder, right? Because the mics are going to be shut down when your time is up. So how do you use that time? What really matters to Americans? Is it the showmanship? Is it for Joe Biden, is it showing that he's actually president and being presidential? Or is it making a point on something that really matters to Americans?
Yeah, it's going to be a delicate balance. And, you know, of course, for Joe Biden's beyond looking presidential, it's going to be looking awake. A lot of folks are looking for him to make a gaffe or freeze up or stumble. I don't know if you saw how he did coming down the stairs there on Air Force One, Tim. I'm sure you'll tell us he seemed to be fine getting on the jet earlier. It's these little things, though, that are going to make a big difference tonight. He's been ensconced at Camp David. We haven't seen him for days, to the point where the Washington Post this morning had to write an article about how it's not possible to medicate Joe Biden to make him perform better tonight. They don't make that medicine, despite what we've heard from Donald Trump and a lot of others. That's been part of the narrative here, that he thinks Joe Biden should be drug tested. So, look, this is pretty wacky. We've never seen anything like it. The bipartisan commission that typically runs these is out of the picture now. You've got a single news network branding the heck out of it and running commercials in it. And we're all going to bring it to you here tonight on Bloomberg.
Hey, before we let you go, Joe, I'm wondering if there could be like a post-State of the Union moment for the current president right now, because I think a lot of
everybody
people
was surprised,
were
right?
surprised at the Joe Biden they saw that night.
That's exactly what they want to reenact here. And the way in which he was able to spar in real time with members of the House and the Senate. He's going to go to North Carolina to try to capitalize on whatever happens. Donald Trump goes to Virginia tomorrow. He's going to be with Governor Glenn Youngkin, and they're both going to try to do this. They're both pouring money into ads and billboards, digital ads. You'll see a lot from both of them after this as they try to capitalize on what happens here tonight. But look, make no mistake, they are both very nervous right now and very unsure about what's going to happen. They're going to have a dinner likely with their very close inner circles before this starts at 9 o'clock. It's late in the day. I'm sure they're thinking about how much rest they got and what they have to eat. A lot of this comes down to just being a person.
It's like getting on air, right? Like for all of us.
You
Do
said
I,
it.
do I have the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or do I just
already
have a
had mine.
salad? He has the sandwich. I have
Showtime.
the salad. All right, Joe, we will be watching and looking forward to it. Joe Matthew, co-host of Bloomberg Balance of Power. He and Kayleigh Lyons, as we mentioned, will anchor tonight's CNN presidential debate, both on Bloomberg Radio and Television. That starts at 8 p.m. Wall Street time.
That's certainly top of mind for investors this evening. Any commentary about the economy and their policies. Now, though, to the most read story on the Bloomberg terminal in the last 8 hours. It's about Goldman signaling the end of an era in private equity. That era, the one of easy profits. And Goldman Sachs digging in deeper for the harder work ahead. Sri Natarajan is Bloomberg News senior finance reporter. He's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're talking about the buyout business here, Sri. What's going on there?
It's going to be a very different next 10 years for the industry relative to what happened over the previous 10 years.
Just because of rates?
That's one big factor here, because post-2008, aided by rock-bottom interest rates, this industry enjoyed this long golden stretch, right? You could practically hang up a shingle and call yourself a private equity company, and you were guaranteed that there would be allocations. You would have the firepower to go invest in companies, sit back, watch multiples expand, watch valuations increase, and then sell the company at a higher level. And I'm not even being facetious when I say that, because there is some research that's gone around looking at private equity returns in the last 15, 16 years and trying to figure out what has been driving it when they sell their companies. Like, what has been driving that growth? A small fraction, less than 10% of it has been driven by profits growth. Most of it is either top-line expansion or leverage or one form or the other, financial hedging. So you have multiples expansion, you have use of cheap financing to gin up higher returns. That's very hard to pull off in this new normal of higher rates, which has meant you've seen sort of deal making be limited. Valuations, there certainly seems like there's a lid on it. So if you're a company that is buying something for $1 billion and you're not able to offload it, you're not able to sell your portfolio company for more than that,
right?
You don't want to go out there and sell it. You will rather hold on till valuations actually improve. But that gums up a serious part of the private equity cycle, which is you raise money from investors, you go out there and buy companies, you watch the company grow, or at least its valuation increase, use those gains to return capital to investors, rinse, repeat. The process resumes.
Within 3 to 5 years.
Within 3 to 5 years, there's a rough cycle, right? Between when you invest and when you choose to exit, and that process has existed. That's why in the last couple of years, and not necessarily something that was immediately visible in 2022, 2023, even as rates started rising, but it is going to become a serious part of the conversation, which is why the entire story today is focused on this idea that Goldman is bringing in the former